What's I had an idea. Or two ideas. No, not that. That was not my idea. What the fuck? My idea? Hmm. First idea is I need to remember what class it was. Let's do another assassin. Where's my... Oh yeah, the ice boy. So, what's the idea? I'm gonna try something out, see how it works. If it's stupid, I'll do it. If it's not that stupid, I'll do the other stupid thing I had planned. So, first stupid thing, I read something on the wiki and saw something on YouTube. I was like, what? What the fuck? When I saw this. I consider global shots. Wait a minute. I don't remember shit. I need to buy this.
Good day.
This is support? So this work with this. I'm just testing my stupid idea. So okay, hold on. Let me put a few of these maps back in here. But yeah, let me try this out. I won't add anything else right now. Let's talk it. Because this is just for testing. That's all this is for. Any auras, raft, acceleration. Now. Ain't working. Okay. So either it can't work with melee strikes.
Hail Godslayer.
You got any spell? Not devouring totem. Oh, I could destroy. And I'll also try another thing out as well, if I can use 2 spells. It's the one other thing I'm gonna try. So I'm not sure if you're taking damage from me. Did he summon him? Yes. Okay. That's two. Can you use two? It seems to be switching. Now if I remove this. Ah, it seems to be casting faster. Okay. I mean, in practice it's working. Faster attacks now if we go this way. See if we notice different. Oh yeah, definitely casting faster. Pretty nice damage though. Maybe that's quite low though. Just a bit of damage. Oh, that was the minion. Like a totem, but how do I say it? Like a totem, but like a totem, but less. Less suspectable damage. I mean, let's do a boss test. We'll see. Have any modifiers on. Which is nice. Take these guys out for first. Hey, cool, like that. totem. No. Ow. It's taken by a while to kill them. Am I losing? I don't know. Some mastery wrong, which sucks. That's a lot of this, which is I don't know weird. It says can we attach for 4 seconds? Okay, well maybe 4 seconds goes by fast. Oh no, but hey, it's an idea though. I mean the idea worked. Surprising. But maybe it's the spell that could also be fixed to something else. How would the divine eye raven work? I am curious. Load your map. Tier 2 will do. Testing. Should have a backup test as well. Then displacing solo. Up your backup. No, I think it won't work. Yep. Okay. So it doesn't work with channeling skills. Probably ain't gonna do that much damage because I'm lightning-ish. But they're fast. Okay, that was pretty cool though.
Good day.
Something with more projectiles. Creeping frost. Do the creeping frost build now, can't I? Oh my. Doesn't have a limit, right? No, 10. It does have a limit. Years. Since it pierces after, well, I'm gonna take that as an idea. Colors I'm gonna try. Not do any trap spells. Try this as well. Try this. Probably can't do channeling. Right, let's give these a try. And lightning golem, I'm gonna disable you for the time being. Okay, I'll leave that for last. Ice Spear, let's give Ice Spear a try, and okay, I forgot something.
Hail, Godson.
Explosive. Tearing projectile support. Wanna see if that works. Could replace quick damage, I guess. I need a green though, that's a problem. Rolling that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Let me try that normally first. See if it pierces, like I think. Because that's the first test I need to find out. Doesn't seem to pierce. Okay. Power siphon doesn't work. Does it? No. Sure. Run right. Oh. Run right works. Did it do damage to me? Unknown. Try again. Yes.
Does the damage to me. Confirmed. Kinetic blast. Sad. Timber. Because it's an attack projectile AoE, it's not considered a spell, right? Is that why? Yeah. Okay. Addition has to be, it has to be a spell.
Hail, Godslayer.
Oops.
Hail, Godslayer.
Condition has to be a spell. Got 20 spells, really need to test it out. Let's try that out. This is a channel. Should be frost, so I'll try. Okay, seems to be able to activate. Okay. Frost. Like, this was even better. taking my time, not every time. They are. Ah. Okay, so man now plays a role as well. I didn't think they would use my man now. So that's a little bit of a difference between Brand and Totems. Totems don't use your mana, but Brand does. Okay. Very good for finding these out.
And not before.
Shit, I think I'll have an okay mana return engine.
Okay. Yeah, it works. Having brand on a brand. I think that's a good idea. Unless if I use this once and spawn 5 of them. It is spawn 5 of them. I didn't expect that actually. Do a Brandon Brand. Now I think of it. Roll run. But yeah, that leaves me a problem that it's gonna take up one slot. I could totally make a build with this. Okay. Ah, definitely need to change to the other class though, definitely as well. The correct class this time, the Hierophant.
When I'm ready, and not before.
And I wanna try out something else as well. Before I do that, do anything. Let's put one of these down. Watch him spawn in my boys. They're melting him. They last a long ass time like this. Okay, there you go. Because of the detachment thing. So, can be attached, detach for 8 seconds, can be attached for 7 seconds. Okay, I think that plays a role as well.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I think it was ahead of Brandon here, right? The winter side, I'm not sure why I'm keeping this. It's not this that I'm thinking of, but hold on, a wiki.
Okay, I could use this as well. Okay.
Hail, Godslay.
Don't have the other brands. I think I had something similar in here, right? Yeah, this one. Give this a try as well. Map. Take that. Ah. That feels kind of small. Now, this one. Conduction. Ah. I can do a lot on a single target about this one. Did a bit more damage. Definitely is 3 more damage. Those are right, but I think this is the best. Oh, I wonder if that's why it's better to have the brand passive tree to select the one where you summon up to 2 extra additional brands. It probably plays a role. Yeah, probably does. Right, test 2. I am gonna switch out. I should probably switch out the inspiration, but it is what it is. So I'll switch out critical damage for a brand support in here, which was, oops. No, Swift brand. See how that will affect us. 3 seconds, 3 seconds, 1.5. See how that looks. Hard to say? I like it's better. Like it's doing more damage per second though, yeah. Let's get to the boss. I think we're going to test this as well. Shite! Trying to switch gems. Hard. It's hard though. I definitely like it when it's attached longer.
And I'm ready and not before.
Another lawbreaker in our midst.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I think give that run thing a try now. This was cool though. This was also cool. There's a problem though that they're so high level, which means I won't be able to use them till late game, so I'll have to be rolling a lot with that. Hello level 1, or I could go get some. These in here.
You swore sinew and soul to serve God and the Order of the Templar. For years,
Full brand build this time. No, no shite. Oh yeah, I forgot you're the only one who starts up glacial hand. Spell? No. Slow as hell.
God has no need for my company just yet.
That's the closest brand. The fastest way going there is taking this, going that way.
Outline, goodbye.
Is it? Fine.
Stay sharp out there. My nightmares, they were prophecy.
Fuck. If actually still looks no. Bruh. Some melee character's supposed to beat her if she stuns you. First mini was unbeatable. Yeah, she melts my HP, man. Cancer.
Goddess, what ambition to watch another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile lore series. This video is part 3. The final video covering Izaro and the Lord's Labyrinth. Let's begin. But how did Chittis make it through Izaro's lab? Obviously, he had inside help, placing supplies and having blueprints for the traps and layouts he could expect to encounter. But once Chittis was in the lab, it wasn't as simple as running through by himself and completing the labyrinth. There were multiple contenders running through the labyrinth at the same time. In fact, Chittis was worried about one element in particular. God help us if one of the Ezomite contenders survived the labyrinth in my stead. And in fact, an Ezomite warrior named Waylon was attempting the labyrinth run at the same time as the eternal Chittis. If you run the lab, you can read Waylon's poems outlining this journey. Chittis offered to team up with Waylon, as Waylon was strong and could fight the beasts, and Chittis, with his knowledge, aka cheating, and blueprints, was able to navigate Izaro's traps. Waylon wrote, "The Eternal offered his cunning, his eyes and ears bought and paid for. The Ezomite offered his strength, his sword earned in the arena." Part of why Chittis was afraid of an Ezomite becoming emperor was that the Ezomites in Sarn were slaves of the Empire. Waylon wrote in a later poem, "He looked upon the walls of his tomb, built by his masters, his enemies." Waylon was fighting to make a better life for Ezimir and its people under the oppression of the Eternal Empire. Arguably a more valiant angle than Chittis and the Ferrandis family, who believed their wealth should have earned them the title and throne. Waylon's second poem recounts the Ezomite and the Eternal making their way through the labyrinth with their complementary skills, as other potential ascendants fell to the trials of Izaro's labyrinth. In his third poem, Waylon has been injured by something in the labyrinth while he and Chittis make their way together. Waylon, as an Ezomite, believes in gods called the First Ones. The First Ones are the 4 bestiary bosses: Thracian, first of the deep; Ferul, first of the plains; Venomous, first of the night; and Sakawal, first of the sky. Master NPC Einhar is an Ezomite who worships the First Ones. In the time before the Beast, Tukohama and other Karui gods went to war with the First Ones, as seen in the series Kitaba's Hunger in the Oriath Reliquary in Act 5. The First Ones are animal gods that inspire a survivalist culture of warriors and hunting. The Black Maw Talisman's flavor text reads, "The First Ones stalk with us upon this lifelong hunt, and cast their contempt upon those that would make us their prey." The First Ones and the Ezomites have a lot of pride in their strength, but when Waylon is injured in his third poem, he believes he is done for. He calls to the First Ones to carry him back to Ezimir, but Chittis, who Waylon refers to as his guide, tells Waylon of secrets planted by clever hands enslaved by gold. Referring to the extra supplies, Chittis had Izaro's paid-off builders placed within the labyrinth for him. And with one such secret, Chittis plucked the life of the warrior from the First One's jaws. Chittis saved Waylon's life with his own hidden supplies, so they could continue on the path of ascendancy together. Waylon refers to the two of them as a warrior and his guide, which implies to me that Waylon believed he would be the one ascending once they reached the end, not the other way around. By Waylon's fourth poem, This Agreement, Waylon as the next emperor and Chittis as the guide comes into question. Waylon saves Chittis from an attack and writes, "The moment bathed in shadow of doubt, of ambition, of an imperial throne, and a people made free by an emperor of Ezimir," as the warrior threw off that cold and cloying shadow and struck down the slavering beasts. Waylon is under the impression that Chittis is some assistant, trading his own life and safety for Waylon's success. But when Chittis stands up after this attack, he responds, revealing his intention to ascend. The guide looked to the warrior with gratitude in his eyes and spoke of doubt, of ambition, of an imperial throne, and a people made free by an emperor of Sarn. But the two continue on. In the final stretch of the labyrinth, Waylon and Chittis walk together, reveling in their success. Chittis offers Waylon a flask, but the flask is poisoned. The warrior closed his eyes, a mere moment, to feel the warmth of the sun on his back and to drink from the guide's proffered flask. Now the warrior staggers and crawls down the wounded, tortured causeway. Chittis left Waylon to die as he continued on to become emperor after relying on Waylon to get to the end. The description of Waylon crawling is reminiscent of the writhing talisman flavor text, which reads, "For too long we have crawled in the darkness, scavenging through rotten scraps. The first ones teach us to scavenge until we can hunt, and then never crawl again." The Ezamites believe that their ability to hunt and fight is what makes them great, that they should never be subservient or be made prey by others. Now, due to Chittis's betrayal, Waylon is reduced once again to crawl. The final poem ends with Waylon dying, the fire of Chittis's poison roaring in his belly, consuming him. The warrior will not descend. And so Chittis, assisted the entire way by Waylon's strength, and cheating by paying for plans of the labyrinth and extra hidden supplies, ascends to become the next eternal emperor after Izaro. After Chittis became emperor, he threw Izaro in his own labyrinth and locked Izaro inside. Chittis did not plan to use the labyrinth to decide the next emperor, not that he got the chance to decide either way. So when we run through the Lord's Labyrinth to achieve our own ascension, we see Izaro, undead, combined with the ghost of his goddess of justice. Izaro still fervently believes in the lab as the best way to determine those worthy of power. But even the most just of intentions can be thwarted by cunning, money, and influence. Chittis cheated and killed his way to the throne, technically completing the labyrinth, but clearly unworthy of the mantle of emperor. And by leaving the choice of emperor to such fate and justice, Izaro inadvertently doomed Rayclass to Chittis's whims and Malachi's eventual cataclysm. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. If you like these shorter multiple part videos or would prefer the longer videos, let me know in the comments below. My next topic is Xana, Shaper, and Elder, just in time for Conquerors of the Atlas to change up that storyline. If you're enjoying the series, consider subscribing, as thanks always to my Patreons. And if you have any questions, comment below or check out my Twitch stream at twitch.tv/kittencatnoodle. And until next time, stay sane, Exile.
Oh, now I understand why I
Lake
never
of
used to like
Calandra gave us the
Nintendo's.
reveal of one of Path of Exile's most mysterious and iconic characters, Calandra. This harpy, siren, Kurungai Tuku, is imprisoned in this lake, an ever-changing landscape that reflects encounters on Rayclast, and gives us the power to reflect items. The reflected items are split into exact opposites of each other, which doesn't match the power of the fabled in-game currency, the Mirror of Calandra. Why does the lake create opposite reflections? Why is Calandra stuck here, and why have we come to her lake? And what triggers Calandra's seemingly random turns to evil, where she threatens us and tries to keep us from leaving? First, let's go over the etchings that we can read throughout the lake. These are the most solid source of lore for Calandra's backstory. According to these writings, Calandra discovered the lake, fully formed, before the world around it had even solidified beyond primordial ooze and magma. Wherever she came from, this land around the lake was a lifeless realm, but somehow the lake existed. When she entered the lake, she was imprisoned within it. Upon realizing she was stuck, Calandra made attempts to escape, but with every attempt she was always brought back, without any memories of her being outside. She also says if she goes fast enough, she could make her escape attempt last longer, up to several minutes, but she always ends up back at the lake with no memory of her time outside. She is unsure if she has ever actually left the lake, or the methods by which she is trapped within it, always returning. From her lake prison, she is able to observe Rayclast. She watches as Rayclast begins to develop life, and acknowledges that, as of yet, the beings are unable to understand their own existence. At this point, Rayclast is likely just animals, as she says, a vision of long ago, when you have an untainted paradise tile in your lake. She knows that once they are sentient, they will wonder why they are alive, and she will guide them, but spare them the pain of knowing the why of their existence. Apparently, she looks away from Rayclast for but a moment, and they have invented religion. Calandra seems to have disdain for divinity and godhood, saying, quite importantly, what is a god but a thief of virtue? And the prey are creating their own predators. As Rayclast and its people grow, some begin to find Calandra's lake. These people are all in their time of greatest despair and need. Calandra says she cannot help them, but gives them a new direction, but that they are ignorant to the cost they will pay. Are people paying a cost for visiting the lake, or receiving her new direction? What is most important here to me, and that ties into the previous etching, is her musing about her latest conversation. She says, the problem is one of image, of a likeness cast by faith, of a reflection drawn by belief. What you need, my little thief, is a shattered mirror. I have ideas on who this thief could be, and what she means by a shattered mirror.
Yeah, there's only
Continuing
3
the etching
brands.
text, she mentions that she believed those visiting could eventually help her escape, and that a particular subset promised they would do whatever it took to free her, no matter how many generations. But once they learned the truth of this place, the lake, they burned themselves alive and moved to erase Calandra from recorded history. We have seen the other side of this story through reliquary scarabs and the Order of the Jinn. Sume was tasked with learning about the power of reflection, and was burdened by studying it. And after, the Order had all of the books and scribes assigned to that knowledge of Calandra and the lake burned. Calandra is infuriated by this, but she has a plan. The final etching tells us that Calandra is now biding her time, with the knowledge that even though the methods of reaching her lake have been burned in an effort to keep people away, one person, us shining beacons of good judgment, of course, will find their way to her and set the proper events in motion for her escape. So, from the etchings alone, we know a few things about Calandra. She found the lake before Rayclast had any humans or gods on it. She has been stuck alone ever since. She despises religion, but was happy to help people who found her lake, at least through her advice and new directions. She gave someone she endearingly called her little thief a shattered mirror to solve their problem, a problem of image, faith, and belief. She became hopeful that the Order of the Jinn would help free her, but instead they destroyed all the research they had gathered on her and her lake, further isolating Calandra from Rayclast. And now she waits for us, as she believes we, dumb murder hobo that we are, will be her ticket out of the lake. I'll start by looking more closely at Calandra. Is she a god? Well, no, she can't be a god.
If I take it right now,
at least not like the gods we've seen on Rayclast. For one, she hates religion. And we know most gods, at least the ones with ascension stories, had to bolster faith, fear, or any form of reverence from followers to ascend on Rayclast. While some gods, Hinakora, Kitava, Stellaris, and Lunaris, for example, don't have ascension stories, we still saw them as active beings on Rayclast proper. She has also been stuck on the lake since before humans even walked Rayclast lands. So then she's eldritch, right? I don't think that's it either. Eldritch beings seem to have
1,
some link
2,
where they can
3,
hear,
4.
or at least
1,
sense
2,
each other's
3.
presence. The Elder came to Wraeclast after traversing many worlds before, but other Eldritch beings did not come to the Elder's territory until he had fully disappeared, which they sensed as his great silence.
I mean,
Wouldn't the
you can
Elder
really
be
wasting
aware
4
of
going
Kalandra,
with this,
or
right?
the other Eldritch beings still sense her presence? Wouldn't she have some thoughts or discussions about matters of the cosmos? While I think Eldritch is more likely than God, Kalandra seems very
We'll be
tied
struggling
to
to
the
level
physical
12.
realm of Wraeclast. I think Kalandra is a being that is from somewhere else in the world, and found the lake while wandering our fairly new planet. Her form may be of an ancient kind we have never encountered, because they are not from Wraeclast, or may not exist anymore. While her actual origins can only be speculation, the established categories of God or Eldritch don't seem to fit her. Regardless of origin, she is stuck in the lake. The lake itself has some power or desire to hold her there. We know the lake has the power of reflection, but Kalandra says things like, "The lake does not like you," which could mean the lake has its own intentions and feelings. In terms of location, I believe the lake is actually a pocket or alternate dimension, outside of, but linked to, Wraeclast. From the lake, Kalandra is only able to observe events that happen on Wraeclast. She says of the Kalgur on expedition tiles that they are from beyond the sight of the lake, and thus a mystery to her. While she can only witness what happens on Wraeclast, time on the lake seems to go much faster than time outside of it. In her etchings, she mentions that she looked away for but a moment, and gods existed on Wraeclast. While one could say that she just experiences time in a different way because of who or what she is, as she has asked us if we've ever contemplated eternity and said she has forever, I think time in the lake is different than time on Wraeclast. Time is her oldest enemy. Maybe the time difference has made her escape more difficult. That could explain why the Order promised that generations would be dedicated to freeing her until they changed their mind. He tells us that you step away, then step back, far older, which implies that for her only moments have passed, but for us, a larger amount of time has passed. She also seems able to see into the future when she says the wind spoke of your approach, or her awareness that someone will eventually come back to her lake to set her plans in motion. Time in the lake is condensed, although for her it is still an eternity. Even though the lake is only observing Wraeclast, I don't think it is physically on Wraeclast. It's more of a lens or plane that exists on top of Wraeclast and observes it, outside of the time the mortal realm experiences below the lake. Then how does anyone ever find the lake? How did Kalandra, or any person thereafter, come to this alternate dimension? We know that in-game we are given tablets to create our own adventure on the lake. From our perspective, the methods to get to the lake found us. We didn't find our way to the lake. And from Kalandra's etchings, it seems all people coming to the lake came in their time of greatest need. To some degree, I believe the lake finds people and offers them entry, either from Kalandra or the lake's will. But there has to be some element, some knowledge that allows people to more easily find entry to the lake. Otherwise, the Order of the Jinn would not have burned all of their books about it. Perhaps it requires both a desire to find and knowledge of the lake, or at least some yearning to get advice, be saved, whatever helps them in their time of need. It may work like two targets aligning, both parties searching for the other
Definitely
to
new
allow this
spells
entrance to the
can't
lake
be
to
asked
appear
to
for
do
them.
with this shit spell.
That could explain why it did become harder for people to find Kalandra after the Order tried to erase her from recorded history, but not impossible. And that leads, of course, to the big question. What is it about the lake that was so horrible that the Order decided to not only burn all books about the lake in Kalandra, but also to burn all the scribes who had written the books? It is not only knowledge of Kalandra, but the truth of this place, this lake, that drove them to such extremes. And that is because the lake creates a reflection of anyone and anything that enters it. The lake not only creates a reflection, but an exact opposite reflection of that thing. We see this in the reflecting mists. These are not perfect replicas, but distortions, a negative to the original.
You're naught but
And that
skin
goes
and
for
bones,
living
exile.
things too.
But you've made it
One
better.
reflection goes on,
Clearly,
and one reflection must stay in the lake, just like the items we reflect. This explains Kalandra being split into two entities. At first, I assumed she just got angry at us as we got farther in the lake, that she had turned on us, perhaps as part of her plan to use us in her escape. But I think what we are actually seeing is her reflection. There are physical differences in the versions of Kalandra. The first Kalandra we see has white, blue eyes, white on her wings, and gold jewelry. I'll call this positive Kalandra. The second, hostile Kalandra, let's call her negative Kalandra, has red eyes, is all black, red jewelry, and a strange blue aura. And we do not see her turn into negative Kalandra. She appears to us as one or the other. I think these are two separate entities acting on their own terms. This inevitable opposite reflection could be the cost they will pay, Kalandra talks about, for people coming to visit her in the lake asking her for guidance. It would explain why the Order did not want anyone to find the lake. If it creates negative reflections and one version is trapped in the lake, any person finding Kalandra would create a reflection, and the kinder the person, the worse the reflection. What happens to these reflections is unclear. Which reflection gets to leave? Do they go out into the world of Rayclast? Do they always exist in the lake? I suspect that one exists in the lake and one in the world, always. If we consider Kalandra's escape attempts, her inability to recall what happens to her when she escapes, being able to make the transition take several minutes, perhaps what is really happening is that in those moments, she does truly leave the lake. Her negative reflection takes over until she is brought back by the lake as she is tied to it. Maybe someone has to be the caretaker of the lake at all times, and Kalandra, being the first to discover it, inadvertently took on that role. Now she might seek to replace herself and have someone else be the permanent guardian of the lake. And that would be us. A person powerful enough to replace her presence. Because I do think both versions of Kalandra are trying to escape. If they can never remember themselves leaving the lake, have they ever truly left? Negative Kalandra tells us neither of us will ever leave this place. She could mean herself and her reflection, but more likely she means herself and us, the exile. She has shaped this lake, this world, to further her own goals, perhaps luring us in with the promise of power, which is a ruse we have fallen for time and time again, and thus we are not unalike. But that is said to us by positive people. Kalandra's plan doesn't come to fruition, at least not this leap. Maybe there was more planned content that didn't get finished, or maybe her story will continue in another expansion. Is there an opposite reflection of us created? Will we ever encounter our negative reflection, like a Dark Link boss fight? Is Kalandra going to escape? And if so, which version of her? Or both? Which Kalandra is the original? Where does she come from? Where will she go? And why is she a bird? Many questions remain. There are more theories and connections to discuss. From here on, we can only work with speculation, and I'll just be listing out theories about the lake and Kalandra without order. I suggest using the chapters on this video if you have specific theories you want answers to, because I will be jumping around a bit. First, I would like to reaffirm that yes, thank you, I was right about the heist replica researchers trying to replicate and utilize the power of Kalandra. Kalandra has 2 lines about heist, although the heist tiles may not have made it in-game. Kotra meddles with forces she does not understand and can never master. Which gives us the interesting bit that Administrator Kotra, the head of Replica Research, is a woman. Kalandra also says fools seek to make the power of this lake their own. They will crack the world. That supports my theory that the replica researchers want the power to make perfect replicas, not of unique items, but of the contracted items they've procured. The alchemical chalice,
Shit.
the impossible crystal, and most alarmingly, the living ice. I recommend giving that video a watch if you haven't, linked in the description. Kotra and the researchers may even have knowledge of Kalandra's lake, as they say on Replica Nebulous that if only they had access to some mechanism like the font, they could achieve their goal. A font, in this case, is like a fountain, a source of some desirable substance like the Fountain of Youth or the Font of Wisdom. Is Kalandra the mother of 2, as in the mother of sin and innocence? Well, that theory was based on 2 points. 1, sin and innocence are brothers, probably twins, kind of like reflections. They're mirrored. And 2, Kalandra and the mother of 2 are both presumably powerful women who were shrouded in mystery. However, I think the reveal of Kalandra, the fact she has been stuck in the lake since Rayclass's beginning, and especially that she hates gods, makes it seem to me that she is not the mother of 2. Unless Sin and Innocence were born to Kalandra and then raised by another woman out in Rayclass, the stories don't line up. I do think that the story of Sin and Innocence is Templar propaganda, so it should be read with a grain of salt, but there are no similarities in appearance. They look more like the Searing Exarch. Kalandra hates gods, and most importantly, I think that Sin and Kalandra met later, with no indication that they are related. And I'll talk about that at the end of the video. So, is the lake related to Tangmazu, the voice of Delirium? Or Yugal, the mirror monster? Or the giant cosmic mirror in Utrecht's arena? I'm pretty sure there is no connection to any of these. Kalandra refers to Tangmazu as the trickster who believes himself a master of mirrors, in a dismissive tone. And none of Tangmazu's dialogue discusses lakes or anything that would hint towards his mirror being the power of the lake or related to Kalandra. It's the same with Yugal, although we lack dialogue from or about him in comparison. As for Uhtred's
Fuck me,
tomb,
give me a second.
Kalandra claims she has never seen or heard of the Kalgur before we introduce their reflections to the lake. However, the mirror wall of the tomb is on Rayclass, so it's not impossible. But the mirror seems to be connected to viewing the stars, reflecting the sky, and so there's no conclusion one way or another on this theory. Is Kalandra evil? She has a negative, perhaps evil, reflection, and both Kalandras want to escape the lake, which presumably means trapping us in it, which isn't very nice. But if anything is
my old
evil,
glasses,
I don't
the
think
new
it's
ones
Kalandra
killing my
or even
ears,
her
okay.
reflection. The lake itself might be evil.
Fucking hell.
It is the nature of the lake that scares the Order into burning their books and scribes. Quiet waters belie unseen danger, as Kalandra says. And Kalandra wasn't imprisoned for any misdeeds like Kitava or the Elder. Her imprisonment was happenstance. From what we can tell, just a consequence of her finding the lake first. She just wants freedom. If the lake wants anything, you can't be sure. Why do the mirrors of Kalandra on Rayclass make perfect copies, but the lake makes exactly opposite reflections? Buckle in, because this one gets a little philosophical. The lake is connected to Rayclass. In the lake, things are reflected and become 2 exact opposite entities. If the lake is a reflection of Rayclass, a distorted reflection, but now that reflection of Rayclass is on Rayclass, reflecting that distorted reflection of Rayclass, it makes a perfect copy. It's like a double negative. Now, how the mirrors got onto Rayclast is a question I can't answer. It could be connected to how someone finds the entrance to the lake. It could be a byproduct of the lake's existence. Maybe when one version of her escapes, they actually do get to Rayclast, and somehow the mirrors are created through that, or placed there by her. It is quite strange that the mirrors of Kalandra do the opposite of the Lake of Kalandra. But if you think of it as an opposite reflection of an opposite reflection, or maybe I'm thinking too hard. Not a theory, but just some interesting information. Kalandra confirms by name some visitors she's had to her lake, beyond the mention of Sume and the Order of the Jinn. These visitors include the Clay Shaper of the Primeval Ball, the Master Fisherman, who I assume is Krilson, and Einhar, the Beastmaster. Kalandra seems to dislike Einhar, calling him strange and that she used to love hunting, presumably before his arrival. I wonder if Einhar loves Kalandra. Another note I would like to add before my big theory is that even though Kalandra claims no knowledge of the Kalgur, specifically Medved and the Druids of the Broken Circle, have abilities that sound similar to, maybe even drawn from, the Lake of Kalandra. Quinlan describes the Druids' practice of looking into scrying pools to see the future past. They would look into this water or liquid to see into the future by peering into the past, and believed that time is a circle. Kalandra is also able to see some degree of the future, since she knows we will arrive, and says things like, "Where you are going depends on where you have been." The parallels between Kalandra's experience of time in the lake, where time goes much more quickly, but also with much more fluidity, and the Druids' methods of reading the future by seeing the past and beliefs about time are obvious. But this actually ties into my final theory, because apparently the Druids' ability to use scrying pools to see the future was lost once the Kalgur and the Druids began using virtue gems on Rayclast. Somehow connecting to the corruption severed their ability to connect to the lake, or however they scried. Finally, my big theory about Kalandra, and a connection I think she has to one of the most important aspects of Rayclast, the beast and corruption. In Kalandra's etchings, she says, "What is a god but a thief of virtue?" And Sin, the person who planted the dark ember and created the beast that put all the gods to sleep, brought corruption and thaumaturgy to Rayclast, goes by the title Sin, Thief of Virtue. Could that be a coincidence? Maybe. But later, Kalandra writes about a conversation that gave her much to think about. Yet another person has entered her lake asking for advice, for help with a problem of image, of a likeness cast by fate, of a reflection drawn by belief. I interpret this as the issue being about the gods themselves. Gods on Rayclast ascend through rareness of quality and the adoration of their people, meaning the perception of one person by many people, be it adoration or fear, would transform a mortal into a god. Becoming a god is a likeness cast by fate. Kalandra continues, "What you need, my little thief, is a shattered mirror." In this context, her calling this being a thief is not a condemnation, but endearment, if anything. And if all gods are thieves of virtue, and Sin specifically is the thief of virtue, I think her conversation was with Sin. Kalandra believes gods using their followers' reverence to further their own power and ascend is stealing their virtue, their morally good quality. And I think Sin would agree. Perhaps he chose this title in honor of her beliefs and her guidance. I don't think the endearing tone when she calls him little thief means she's talking to her son, but rather that she likes the new direction she has given him to resolve his problem, and that her being given much to think about has excited her. Considering the lake's power of inverse reflection, taking one thing and creating its opposite, I believe that Kalandra is the one who instructed Sin on creating the beast. I'm not sure if Kalandra can actually give visitors gifts, as she says she cannot help them, but it's possible she gave Sin the Dark Ember, and either way, I believe she planted the seed, if you will, in Sin's head, that the beast could be the solution for his problems with gods on Rayclast. Sin tells us himself that he created the beast in response to the fighting between his ex-wife, Garuken, and their daughter, Shikari. Their fighting was so intense, Sin was worried all humanity would be destroyed by it. I created a beast that would free humanity from the tyranny of the gods. While this personal trouble was the most pressing issue, he tells us it was also to protect humanity as a whole from all gods. I wanted to give your kind a chance for peace, a chance to play atop the great stage, no longer pawns to a pantheon of petty, slavering gods. Kalandra, with her open distaste for gods and religion, would absolutely want to help Sin resolve his issues with the gods. But how is the beast this shattered mirror? Well, the beast works by absorbing all of the gods' divinity, incapacitating them, and producing the opposite of divinity, corruption. The beast takes divinity and reflects it to its perfect inverse. To be poetic, a mirror of Kalandra makes a perfect copy, but a shattered mirror, like the lake, creates a distortion. And if the issue is the image, the gods are created by the image people hold of them. To destroy that image, you must shatter the mirror that image is seen through. You break the image of divinity by replacing it with its opposite, the corruption. When we defeat Yugal, destroying a god, which was Sin's intention with the beast, Sin says, "In death, the mirrors are thus shattered." This revelation of the origins of Sin's beast would also explain some of the inconsistencies that have always bothered me when Sin tells us about his beast. He claims that the beast had no ambition, that the cataclysm was all the fault and actions of mankind. In neglecting to provide it with ambition, I made it vulnerable to the ambitions of others. And that the beast was only ever defending itself. The fault lies within the twisted hearts of those who would betray their own humanity. But both Doriani and Malachi claimed that the beast called to them and gave them visions in the form of dreams. It called them to enter the beast and take over Nightmare, so that they might form the world from their own imagination. Malachi even describes the sensation of first interacting with a virtue gem as his skull aching as if its contents were growing, pressing against the bone, searching for a way to break free. There is similarity between the beast wanting to take over Rayclast and reshape it, and Kalandra wanting to escape the lake to reshape Rayclast. As you'll recall, she says to us, "You seek to shape the world to further your own goals. We are not unalike." If Sin was the sole creator of the beast, how could he not know of its powers, of its intentions? I always assumed he was lying to manipulate us, to make his own motivations align with ours as much as possible, and shift away from any blame for the cataclysm and its horrifying effects on the people and lands of Rayclast. It makes even more sense, however, if this was an unintended or unknown quality of the beast, a cost, perhaps, to Kalandra's existence with Sin, resolving his issue with Garuken, Shikari, and all the gods. And if Kalandra's influence, her new direction for Sin, is tied to corruption, perhaps that is why, when the druids of the circle began utilizing the virtue gems, the essence of corruption, they can no longer use their scrying tools to see the future past. They have touched the shattered mirror. There are still some loose ends. Why is Kalandra a bird lady? And does that have any implications for her origins? Is it a reference for how we should interpret her character based on a mythical figure? How does a person actually access the lake? And where exactly is it? If Kalandra is neither god nor eldritch, what power does she hold? Or is it only the lake that has power? Does she have any hand in creation? Like when she alludes to understanding the why of existence, but will spare humanity the pain
Kan
of
öl
knowing.
var det var sig.
Is the lake the only thing that can create reflections,
build a sign.
or can Kalandra control or use that power? Did she have more purpose with suggesting sin create the beast than just to put the gods to sleep? Will she ever escape? And if so, what will the consequences be? I have a feeling we will see more of Kalandra in the future. Hopefully the tepid reception of the League's mechanics won't hold back more interaction and lore with our most iconic bird friend. I would hate to have another synthesis on our hands where important, even crucial lore is lost due to mechanics not going forward. I would love to know more about Kalandra as a person. As a bird, sorry. Her backstory, why she is a bird, what she really wants. Maybe then we could scry a bit more about her future by looking into her past. But for now, we will just have to reflect on what we've seen and hope the lake gets deeper with time. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. I want to give special thanks to my Twitch viewers, patrons, and Discord members for really helping me get my thoughts together for this video. You helped me turn it from a 3-minute Kalandra is a bird and she doesn't want to stay in the cage video to this giant theory drop you just watched. If you liked the video, consider joining my Patreon. For just $1 a month, you get your name slapped up on the end of videos like this. And as always, stay bird. I mean, stay sane, exile.
I'm really curious now. Why? You get Patreon. I guess you get exclusive content, yeah, for sure, but
Lore. Einar loves lore.
why?
Welcome to another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile lore series. This video covers the Ezamites. Let's begin. Ezamir is one of the largest areas of Ray class, but also one of the most unknown. The Ezamites are a proud group of people who stay mostly in their own lands to the west. In our playthrough, we only meet 2 Ezamites, Grigor, the disfigured man in Sarn, and everyone's favorite master NPC, Einar. So who are these mysterious people? What do they believe in? The Ezamites, to the best of my knowledge, have been based in Ezamir since their inception. They have their own unique set of gods called the First Ones. The First Ones are animal gods, and they don't have much influence on areas other than Rayclass, unlike some gods we've seen who are worshipped or recognized by multiple peoples. We do know that Tukahama, the Karui god of war, led a battle against the First Ones at some point. This was mentioned briefly in Kitaba's origin story. But other than that, the Ezamites and their gods were relatively isolated. Most of the lore about the Ezamites and their gods exists on talismans, special amulets first introduced in Talisman League. Blightwell Talisman has a glimpse of an origin story, which reads, "Long ago, the ocean was a puddle where a golden fish dwelt, who lit the ocean from within and kept the water fresh. When the sky burned, the fish dived deeper, never to return, and the waters turned sour." It's unclear what event is referred to by the sky burned, as it's likely long before the cataclysm or the fall of the vow. It could refer to sin being burned and filling the sky with smoke, but I think it's something else. The story is not of birth and creation, but of fear and darkness.
Be close to the
The
level
fish
up
who
though.
kept the waters clean
Halfway.
and lit delved deep into the ocean, never to be seen again. And this belief in the harsh realities of life and nature is the thesis of the Ezamites. Even their own gods, the First Ones, are to be feared rather than admired. The Ezamites believe their gods and the world are brutal and savage. That just as the rat cowers before the dog and the dog cowers before man, so too should we cower before the First Ones and pray we never learn of what comes next. There are 4 first ones that we see
God
in
damn.
the game as the bestiary bosses. These are Creation, Barul, Venomous, and Sakura. But there is a 5th first one that we know of through arguably the most famous Ezomite in Path of Exile, Thane Rigwald, and that is the Great Wolf. We will learn more about Rigwald and the Great Wolf later. Creation, like the golden fish, is a beast of the sea. Creation is a giant crab beast, the first of the deep, the first of all, he who conquered the waves, and who stood guard as land rose from the sea. Creation represents the Ezomite's steadfast nature. When the land rose above the sea, the first of the deep did not move. We must remember our place and play to our strength. The first of the deep teaches us we should seek no shelter but ourselves. Watch the tides and choose our moments to move wisely. Barul, a tiger, is the first of the plains, the first of the hunt. It was she who showed us that there is honor in waiting in the shadows and picking your moments. It is a fool who strikes the turtle's shell. The first of the plains teaches us to exploit weaknesses, and where no weakness can be found, to create one. Barul teaches the Ezomites patience and cunning. A hungry beast wastes no energy. First of the plains teaches us that the largest prey can still be whittled away. A secret is a weapon your enemies do not have. When the first of the plains hunted, you moved in silence and acted quickly. To do otherwise is to arm your foes. Venomous is a spider, the first of the night, the first
War of
of
Storm
horror.
shit.
It was she who first braved night's terrors and found comfort in silence and solace. A hunter uses everything at their disposal. The first of the night did not hold back her venom. She used it to weaken her enemies and used her enemies to strengthen her many children. Venomous is the first one of resourcefulness and violence. A burden shared is a burden made lighter. Our burdens are not just ours to bear, but ours to use against our oppressors. Though we cannot live without danger, we can learn to live with it. Sakawal is a large raptor, the first of the sky, the last of the first. It was he who showed us that our limits are self-imposed, that we may take for law what may just be an illusion. Sakawal symbolizes freedom, innovation, and unity. Though we are individual, we share the same fight. The first of the sky teaches us that unity and selflessness is what will carry us upward. A bird, too heavily laden, cannot take flight, and we must put aside our possessions so that we may live more freely. A quick note before analyzing the lessons of the first ones, there are multiple references to fire in their lore, which may be the event when the sky burned in the Blightwell Talisman's origin story. Venomous's spinnerets read, when the fires spilled out of the mountain, the first of the night wove a net and was carried into the night on its hot winds. And Sakawal's winds read, when the inferno spread across the land, it was the first of the sky who singed his feathers as he brought the flames to a standstill. So it seems there was some great fiery event that the first ones survived in the ancient past. In fact, the Feast by Belt even suggests that the first ones caused this fiery event. Our forefathers danced and drank and ate their fill and did not honor the first ones for their gifts. So the first ones filled the sky with fire. These first ones embody the mindset of the Ezomites. They are resilient, not materialistic, fierce, strategic, proud, and steadfast. And while the Ezomites take lessons from the first ones, they also recognize them as the powerful and violent beasts they are. The first ones thundered over Ezimir upon hooves of gray and black. People felt their stamping rage and cowered as the fury rained down. The first ones did not interact with or protect the Ezomites, they were admired and feared from afar. They are seen as a terrifying force that guides the Ezomites but does not care for them. They are also allegedly immortal. The first ones are the forever ones. There is no dust of the hourglass in their blood, no fissures of weariness on their faces. To drink of their blood is to drink of time itself. So the Ezmites live with the lessons of the first ones, but do not live among them. They are a people who are simultaneously emboldened and frightened of their own gods. The first ones hold us between two sharpened blades, that should we stray too far from the path, we find ourselves severed. When sin created the beast, all the gods were put to sleep, which should have included the first ones. But there is some evidence the first ones remained awake. The Great Wolf is seen before we kill the beast. Whether the first ones were influenced by the beast or not, they still had some power to appear and act. Are the first ones even gods? Are these gods more powerful than the nightmare? Considering the hands-off nature of the first ones, I wonder how aware the Ezmites were of the beast and the disappearance of other gods. Not much is known about the history of the Ezmites. Between their origin and the Purity Rebellion, there is almost no recorded history. Like the Mariketh and Karui, they were oppressed and enslaved by the Eternal Empire. The most egregious perpetrator was Chittus Ferrandus, the virtue gem-obsessed emperor who began the dominoes of events, causing the recent cataclysm in 1336 IC. One Ezmite we learn about in-game is a warrior named Waylon, who ran Azaro's labyrinth alongside Chittus Ferrandus, hoping to become the emperor. As explained in my videos on the labyrinth, Chittus paid and cheated his way through Azaro's lab, thinking the whole trial was folly. But Waylon was a much more skilled warrior, who may have been able to complete Azaro's lab on his own merit. So Chittus manipulated Waylon by suggesting the two help each other. Waylon left poems across the labyrinth describing their journey. Waylon was the warrior and Chittus was the guide, relying on stolen blueprints and hidden supplies to get through the lab. At the end of this journey, Chittus poisoned Waylon and ascended to the throne. Chittus Ferrandus had already shown animosity towards Ezmites in his letter to his uncle Zero before his successful lab run, and his encounter with Waylon, even though Waylon helped him, only deepened his disgust. After betraying Waylon to become the Eternal Emperor, Chittus sent an army of gemlings to Ezmir to systematically enslave the Ezmites, particularly for his virtue gem mines. The leader of this gemling army was a man named Gaius Centauri. Sometime after Chittus became emperor and Centauri's army arrived in Ezmir, Thane Rigwald became king of the Ezmites. Rigwald came into power after he poisoned his own king named Scoth, an interesting parallel to Chittus and Waylon. Rigwald described his reasoning for killing his own king in one of his inscriptions seen in Talisman League. You can take a wolf from the forest. You can collar him, chain him. You can starve him, beat him until he whimpers and bows down. Yet, is that wolf a dog? Never. Some might say that I should bear the guilt of regicide, that I killed the king of the Ezmites. Yes, I served King Scoth his last meal, for I saw no king at that table. I saw a dog. Rigwald claimed that Scoth was allowing the Ezmites to be overpowered and enslaved by the Eternals because Scoth was loyal to Emperor Chittus. The Dead Hand Talisman reads, "The Empire poisons our blood with sweet wine, poisons our flesh with silk, poisons our minds with civil lies, poisons our children with servitude." Rigwald wanted freedom for the Ezmites and believed that returning to the ways of the first ones would help Ezmir reclaim itself. We grew contemptuous of our past, dismissed the first ones as ignorant and wild. We were fools and naive children to turn our backs on our inheritance. Gaius Centauri was still in Ezmir, systematically capturing and selling Ezmites as eternal slaves. Rigwald described his encounters with Centauri as such. "I once believed that a boy's eyes were born pure, clear of cruelty and malice, that it is light that teaches one to hate. Yet when I looked into the eyes of Gaius Centauri, I found no anger, I found no hatred. I read no tales of injustice inflicted upon youthful innocence. Instead, I was regarded as a merchant might regard me as a burden at a market. By Governor Centauri, my countrymen and I were counted, weighed, and allocated. This man to the mine, this woman to the mills, this child to the streets of Sarn to be worked and flogged until the day his blood would drain the sewers of that wretched city. And those that resisted, those that asked to be treated as anything other than animals, were skinned and butchered. Fear not the man who lusts, fear not the man who hates, fear the man who feels nothing at all. Being treated like domestic animals fueled Rigwald's desire to return Esamir to the ways of the ferocious First One. So when High Templar Vol sent Sicario to ask Rigwald and his Esamites to help in Vol's purity rebellion against the Empire, he was more than willing. But Rigwald had seen the power of the Empire and its gemlings. Centauri and his men could take down 3 Esamites for every 1 Eternal, due to their technology and strength enhanced with thaumaturgy. It will take more than strong men and women to defeat Chittis, for this is no longer a war of mud and blood. We face monsters, and to defeat them we need some monsters of our own. Here I stand amongst the stone. Here I lay my gifts of blood and song, of flesh and fire. Here I call out to the First Ones, beasts of legend, terrors of our dreams. Here I howl to the Great Wolf himself. Should he answer, I am ready to pay the price that I know he will ask. It is no more than a man should do for his family. It is no more than a king should do for his people. Rigwald had seen the horrors the Empire could inflict, and what horrors complacent leadership could allow. Rigwald did not want to be a domestic dog. His people were of the beasts. The fire of the hearth is a docile dog, leashed and tamed. The fire of the First Ones is a ravening wolf, wild and free. Rigwald turned to the 5th First One for aid, the Great Wolf. I stood among the stones and called out to the First Ones, that with tooth and mighty claw they should tear our enemies asunder, and the Great Wolf answered. Thane Rigwald accepted the power of the Great Wolf and was transformed. I am but a vessel for a greater force. It acts through me, speaks through me, decides what lives and dies through me, and will change the world through me. And with the power of the Great Wolf inside him, he led the Esamites against Centauri and his Eternals in the Bloody Flower Rebellion. He crashed against that legion like waves against a cliff. Time and time again they repelled us. The green meadows became brown and red with the mud of toil and the blood of war. Yet what is a slave to do? Suffer the lingering death of mine and mill, or offer the gift of your life to your people in one bright and glorious moment? For the men and women who followed me into battle, the choice was a simple one. 3 Esamites fell for every Eternal, and still the courage of my people tore down that polished wall, severed the strong arm of the Empire with a rusted woodman's hatchet. And here is where the Great Wolf's power inside Thane Rigwald comes into play. Gaius Centauri ran for his wretched life. I called to the Great Wolf to aid me, to give me the scent of that fleeing fox. Though the hunt was swift, I took the time to ensure that Gaius felt some small measure of the suffering he had inflicted before I answered his plea for mercy. After the battle against Centauri and the success of Vol's Purity Rebellion, the Great Wolf's influence became too much for Rigwald. He began losing control over himself. It seemed that he was not using the Great Wolf's power, but that the Great Wolf was using him. The Great Wolf has come for me. His heart beats within my chest. I do not see Esamite and Eternal, king and commoner, master and slave. I see only friends. No longer will I walk among my people. I will not have their blood on my lips. I will not be their king. I am the king of wolves. So Thane Rigwald left his people to protect them from his growing rage. Now he wanders Rayclass as a man transformed and possessed. We see him as the boss in Lair and Dark Forest maps, and can watch him transform from the King of Wolves into the Great Wolf, and he is arguably one of the most challenging map bosses in PoE. But what happened to Esamir after the rebellion and Rigwald's disappearance? We only see 2 Esamites in our playthrough. Grigor is in Sarn, a mysterious and poetic man who has been horribly mutilated by piety's experimentation. Grigor recites a poem about Esamir's fate after the cataclysm, and claims, "Only the Isles of Stoath were spared, once a backwater of my proud civilization. Now,
Yeah.
all that remains
This
of the
still
Esamir."
Act 2.
He
And
helps
my
us
other
find the
one,
Gemling
also
Queen
Act 2.
Diala in Act 3, but by our return
one
to
is
Sarn
more
in Act
stupid?
8, Grigor has allegedly returned to Esamir. The other Esamite we meet is Einhar, the most eccentric master NPC who wants to hunt and capture beasts for his menagerie, including the first ones themselves, notably Minos the Grateful. While Grigor seemed homesick for Esamir, Einhar seems happy to leave it behind. Why did Einhar leave Esamir? That is Einar's business, no one else's. And while Einar is jolly enough, loving every other master NPC, his view on the first ones is quite dark. Einar tells us, "It will surprise you to learn that I am not popular. The others are ignorant. They do not see the end coming. They are not survivors like me, or you. And the first ones showed my people that to live you must outlast. They left this world long ago to seek other survivors, but they will return. And when they do, I will join them in the Great Grove. And you will join Einhar, yes?" So Einar believes the end of the world is near, and that the return of the first ones is related. When the end arrives, we must be ready. The first ones will return. They will bring the survivors with them to the Great Grove. We must prove we are worthy. And while Einar is a bit odd, both he and Rigwald prove that the first ones are real. Rigwald's curse talisman reads, "I once thought the first ones were just stories made to scare children. But I've seen what they can do. I've felt it. And now I must live with that terrible knowledge." With PoE 2 on the horizon, we may see more of Esamir. So far, it has remained a mysterious land to the west, with only glimpses of influence in the areas we travel. In the trailer for PoE 2, the man hanging exiles in the character selection sequence says, "Let your souls feed the first one." And as we've seen, only Esamites acknowledge the first one. Let's hope we are worthy survivors. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. If you like this video and want to support this series, consider subscribing or maybe even joining my wonderful patrons. I can't thank you all enough for the continued support. If you have any questions about this series or any other lore in Path of Exile, come check out my stream at twitch.tv/kittencatnoodle. But until next time, stay sane, Exile. Oh, I feel a peculiar yearning for another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile lore series. This video is a theory on Tasuni and his role. Let's begin. Tasuni is one of the strangest characters in Path of Exile. He is the sole male Marikath NPC in Highgate. You can spot men working in the background, but none of them have positions of any power. The Marikath are a matriarchal society, but Tasuni is revered and possibly feared by his Akara for his unique power. And that power is communication with the Beast and Nightmare. So why does that matter? Because the only other people in history who have had direct communication with the Beast that we know of are Doriani and Malachi, the two men who caused the cataclysms of their time.
Okay.
Their communication with the Beast, along with their thaumaturgical powers, led them down a path to entering the Beast, which resulted in devastating apocalyptic events.
Okay.
While one might argue that Tasuni isn't known as a powerful thaumaturgist or doesn't seem openly power-hungry, I'd argue that Tasuni's prophetic abilities indicate he is a powerful thaumaturgist, and that both Doriani and Malachi were influenced and compelled by the Nightmare to their decision to enter the
It's
Beast.
range actually.
Let's go back.
Cool.
Doriani and Malachi both claimed that the Beast spoke to them in their dreams. On the Blood of
Good range,
Corruption,
I thought.
Doriani said, In my dream, a voice spoke to me. It said, "My reach knows no bounds. All that is pure is destined to rot. All that lives is destined to serve." Malachi said that after he touched a virtue gem for the first time, the dreams began. I have not been without them since, nor would I be. From whence do these precepts hail? The beast. Doriani of the Val knew the truth. Soon now, so shall I. We don't know much about these men before they were contacted by the beast and Nightmare, but we do know that the Nightmare inspired their thaumaturgy and persuaded them both to enter the beast. When we meet Tasuni in Act 4, he can tell us much about the beast inside the mountain. His knowledge is not simply historical. He says he hears the black hearts that thunder within the mountain deep. He can hear the beast and the other spirits trapped in its nightmare. And similar to Malachi's comments on Doriani, he says, "Yet one man knew the beast's true name, understood its impenetrable nature, Malachi." On the surface, Tasuni is a simple blind prophet, brother of Kira, the best warrior of the Highgate Marraketh. He is not a violent man, he does not have connections to powerful leaders, and his knowledge seems to help us defeat Malachi and subdue the nightmare. But I believe there are key similarities between Tasuni and Malachi that have made me suspicious of Tasuni. I'll go over my theory point by point to break it down. Point 1. Tasuni was left in the desert to die as a baby, but did not die. The Marraketh have a tradition that any child born disfigured or dwarfed is left in the Vastiri Desert, on a moonlit plain for the gods to adopt. Tasuni was the only child in the history of this Akara, maybe ever, to survive this. Tasuni was born blind, but was seen as work beyond just being blind. Oyun says that Tasuni was corrupted from birth, and that he is a man caught between two worlds, our world of light and the beast's world of darkness. Usually, a child surviving such an act would be seen as divine intervention, but we know that the gods did not rise until the beast was brought to the brink of death by us, when Tasuni is an adult. So, either Tasuni was a very durable baby, which could be true if he's a natural system, or some other kind of divine intervention took place, and that could only be from the beast. Kira, his sister, has no connection to the beast or understanding of the nightmare. Neither does anyone else in the Akara. Genetics or proximity to the beast doesn't seem to be a factor in it. If the beast chose Tasuni, why would that be? For what purpose? Point 2. Tasuni can communicate with the beast. Beyond the fact that he can hear spirits inside the mountain and have prophetic visions, Tasuni seems to actually understand the beast's intentions. If you play as Scion, Tasuni says that few understand the full enormity of the nightmare, and challenges the Scion to look him in the eye and tell me the beast can be defeated. The irony being that Tasuni is blind. And he's not wrong. Even though we kill Malachi and severely reduce the beast's nightmare, allowing the gods to return, we eventually restore the beast with Sin's guidance. He sees the nightmare's puppetry of Duresso's soul as gracious. Nightmare is not without sophistication. In life, Duresso was tortured by frustration and shame. In death, Nightmare has erased his past and forged a dream world in which Duresso would remain contented and loved. What if Nightmare is in all of it? Would we really wish to destroy it then? The sentiment goes beyond reasoning the Nightmare's intentions. He is saying that the Nightmare helps people, that its influence is a gift. He says that Calm was delusional, and then adds, the power of Nightmare to manipulate the soul never ceases to be tested. He claims we might end up like Calm if we continue on our path to destroy the beast, which almost seems a threat. When we release Duresso's spirit, he politely remarks that we freed him from eternal love and triumph. With Calm, he asks, nightmare gave Helm everything he ever dreamed of. How did it feel to make that dream die? And even more condemning, he says that the beast yearns for transformation, like a worm in a cocoon that dreams of wings and freedom. A transformation that only the beast can excite. Who else has helped the beast transform? Malachi. And Tasuni knows that the beast wants that transformation. Evidence that Tasuni knows the beast tells those it communicates with to engage with it, enter it, and help it transform so it can unleash its nightmare. We'll come back to this, but for the next point, point 3. Tasuni reveres Malachi. Almost every character we come in contact with condemns Malachi's actions and his instigation of the cataclysm. Even Yala, who had loved him for almost 300 years, comes to see Malachi as manipulative and dangerous. The only characters who respect Malachi are Dominus and Piety, both of whom want to become like Malachi, but neither of whom have any connection with the beast themselves. They tried to emanate Malachi in the students, walk in their footsteps, and simply became puppets of the nightmare, monstrous versions of themselves in confusion, controlled by Malachi from inside the beast. When Piety died, Malachi and the nightmare reached out to her and to show her greatness beyond her imagining.
A woman
But
corrupted
Piety is
beyond
not
human
communicating directly with the beast like Tasuni or Malachi. Malachi is able to reach Piety only once she is dead. Tasuni
This
lives
forest,
and still communicates with
twisted.
the beast.
Hey.
And he does not fear Malachi. Tasuni says that Malachi is what every Ghast aspires to be. The hands and eyes, the voice and mind of the beast himself. I see him in my dreams, again confirming that this communication comes from dreams, just like Doriani or Malachi, forming his designs, crafting his tools, refining the chaos of nightmare into a vision that neither you or I belong to, unless, of course, we choose to accept the dark embrace. Should he succeed, he will awaken the beast. What then? The beast is not death. Life will go on. A life like nothing we have seen before. Tasuni claims he can see and feel the darkness. The cataclysm was no accident. Its images are far too rich with intention, far too steeped in satisfaction. Malachi's satisfaction. Malachi devastated my people, destroyed the Eternal Empire for one reason. To put himself right where he is now, within the black heart of the beast. On the surface, it might seem like Tasuni condemns what Malachi did, but really he is just stating facts. I personally read hints of envy in Tasuni's words. That Tasuni sees what Malachi has done as satisfying and that he desires to see Malachi's vision achieved. He even admires Malachi's apprentices, Chevron, Malagaro, and Doedre, as the 3 finest forgers of corruption in the Empire, and that he agrees with Malachi that it would have been such a waste to let them languish in death. He tells us that Deshret's spirit has survived in the mines for so long without being corrupted because she is unimaginative.
Probably it's better.
While we might see that
Get
as a
other
strength
character
of
to try then.
character, being able to resist the influence of the nightmare, while each of Malachi's 3 students takes
Do you
turns
think
trying
you're
to
savage
corrupt and
enough to
break
face
her,
the land of the
Tasuni
damned?
calls the students
We
ingenious.
offered you truth.
True
Yet
artists.
still you clasped your
Point
superstitious
4.
lies.
Tasuni doesn't want the beast to be destroyed. Though Tasuni seems to aid us with knowledge to destroy the beast, he hints that he longs to see the beast's vision executed through Malachi. If you destroy the beast as a ranger, Tasuni chides you. For a lover of nature, ranger, you surely know how to destroy it. Yes, you can argue that the beast was beyond nature, unnatural to its blackened core. I won't believe you. He says the beast is just misunderstood, and sarcastically thanks you for bringing nature back to something we can know and be comfortable with. But his final thoughts reveal his true feelings. The world the beast would have created would have been far too interesting. And by Act 9, Tasuni still has a connection to the beast, as we have not completely destroyed it. He says the nightmares are but whispers now, but they still give him prophecy. The old gods are returned, and so are we. Interestingly, when we return, Tasuni is a contender for the new Sekima of the Akara at Highgate. He wants to bring change to the Marikath, to break them out of their tradition and bring progress. While this seems superficially innocuous, like many things, there is a dark undertone to his desire. Point 5. Tasuni has prophetic abilities. If he can see us returning, he likely knew Oyun's fate at the hands of his own sister, Kira. Tasuni claims innocence in this whole situation, where Kira has kidnapped the Sekima Oyun to sacrifice to Zaruzan. While I believe he did not assist Kira in taking
Why are you
Oyun,
stuck,
there is
man?
no way he was not
Why
aware
is
of
it
what
the
was
stuck
happening.
animation?
In Act 4,
Fuck
Tasuni
me.
says of Oyun's leadership,
How are you
"The
gonna
Marikath
tank
are
if you can't even
stranded in
tank
the
this guy?
sandstorm of
Goddamn, man.
reflection and regret. We look to our Sekima to lead us out, yet the sandstorm is all she knows. She needs me, her eyes and ears in the darkness, but she will never comprehend my gifts." Oyun agrees that Tasuni's gifts are helpful because you must know your enemy to combat it. But what progress would Tasuni hope to achieve as leader of the Marikath tribe? It's not as if there is some progressive civilization
No, you
nearby
staggered
to integrate
me.
with. Everywhere on
That's
Ravenloft
what
is devastated
happened.
still by the effects of the cataclysm, and now again by the returning of the old gods. Tasuni could simply refer to communicating with and learning from the people of Oriath
That's why I
with their
died.
technology and
That
thaumaturgy.
makes sense.
But the Marikath are not against thaumaturgy, and Tasuni hasn't shown particular proclivity
And this
towards
build is
anything
gonna be
other than the nightmare.
both
When we
them
retrieve the
fire-ish.
Sekima feather from Oyun's body, we make a choice. Give the feather to Irasha or Tasuni to become the leader of the Highgate Marikath.
Should probably get
If you give the feather to Irasha, she grieves for Oyun, but accepts responsibility. Tasuni laments that fate shan't be content with just the taking of my eyes. It is pernicious enough to steal my vision from me as well. But he also says that time is on his side, and nobody remains Sekima for long. This statement echoes his thoughts on the consequences of the nightmare Malachi was crafting being fully achieved. Life will go on. Tasuni claims he wanted to bring Highgate to a brighter, better future. But what happens when you give the feather to Tasuni suggests otherwise. Tasuni shows no remorse for the passing of Oyun and Kira. He says there is no sense in shedding a tear for those who would stand in the way of progress. That it is the best thing either could have done for their people, and Irasha will have to accept him and his decisions as the new Sekima. Which is true. Irasha mourns Oyun, calls us foolish, and says we've brought her grief. She says it's clear Tasuni desires but one wish, to rise up as a god. Even Irasha can see that Tasuni desires more power than simply ruling over Highgate. She thinks he wants to become a god, like the old gods risen. But I believe he wants to become the nightmare, like Malachi, especially now that the beast is revived, but Malachi is
Stay
dead.
sharp out there.
Point 6. Tasuni can see Sin. The only other NPC who can see Sin, who is not another god like Innocence, is Yina.
What little help
Yina
I can-
has Spirit on her
Well,
side, an entity that recognizes Sin, maybe a
Still
god
alive.
itself, and tells Yina about Sin. She does not see Sin herself. No
Think
one else on our
five.
journey acknowledges Sin's existence, because they cannot see or sense him. When we talk to Tasuni in Act 9, he says he can sense Sin, that Sin has a different energy to the other gods in his dreams, more empathetic to the plight which humanity suffers. That's also what Sin tells us, that he is a god trying to protect humanity from the whims and wars of other gods. And that's also Sin's reasoning for having created the beast.
should have taken
this
the boots
source
from
of
the other guy.
thaumaturgy, that Sin was
Oh.
protecting mankind. Tasuni has the capacity to see and understand Sin. There's a few implications to this. Tasuni must have some thaumaturgical or divine power that allows him to sense gods. Beyond this, he seems to understand Sin's intentions, which is either related to this prophetic ability or is because Tasuni has communication with the beast, who would obviously see Sin in a favorable light. Sin is the beast's creator, after all. When Tasuni says, "It seems, Lord Sin, as if you are on
Ja,
our
hej.
side," he seems
Ha!
to be referring to the side
Ja,
of
wracimyele
mankind.
kompat.
But he could also be referring to the beast's side. Point 7. Tasuni's reaction to the beast's return. While Tasuni was aware we had not completely destroyed the beast, his reaction to our resurrecting of the beast using the souls of Chevron, Malachi,
Mele!
and Andre is
Why
very
can I not
strong,
equip a
and
shield from
maybe the
level
most
5?
compelling
Ah,
evidence that
stupid.
Tasuni might walk in the
Ah,
footsteps of Malachi. He can sense the beast's return and knows of our own purpose for this return. A weapon has been discovered, perhaps, to turn the tide of bloodshed brought on by these sickening gods. We do indeed resurrect the beast to use its power, in tandem with divine powers of sin and innocence, to defeat Kitava. But Tasuni continues. "Tell me, what did you find? No, I mustn't inquire, for fear of losing my mind as well as my eyes.
Huh.
Oh, I am struck by a peculiar yearning, exile.
Skip.
It is as if I am a man stood on the precipice of a cliff, with an insatiable longing for the ground. With Malachi's soul out of the beast and the beast now returned, suddenly
That's
Tasuni
crits.
has an
Interesting.
intense, maddening longing to know what is inside the beast. He feels a yearning and seems to be struggling with that desire. He continues, 'Leave me before the frenzied voices inside my head devour my body and soul.' Both Doriani and Malachi wrote that they heard voices in their dreams, compelling their actions. Malachi even said that he heard them every night in his dreams, driving him. Perhaps the one thing stopping Tasuni was that Malachi still remained in the beast, so the beast and Nightmare did not need him. While we can't know for sure what Tasuni's yearning is, this is the first instance of Tasuni losing his calm. Instead of being factual, dismissive, and cool, he is frenzied, insatiable. So, Tasuni is the only living person who, without the help of instruments or spirits, can commune with the beast and see the gods. He mocks our actions against the beast, says the world of Nightmare would be interesting, calls Malachi and his apprentices artists, and is uncharacteristically excited by the beast's return. He only survived as a baby left in the desert from some divine or corrupt intervention at birth, and seeks the title of Sekima of Hizikar to bring America of Highgate to progress. But there are a few questions to address. Malachi
I missed
and
the surname,
Doriani were
right?
both
So,
incredible
might as well
thaumaturgists
die.
and inventors of their time.
Ja,
Tasuni
that's
accomplished.
why I hate the melee.
While
Remember
Tasuni
now.
isn't an inventor, he also hasn't had
No, I should take a
opportunities
Molten
these
Strike.
two have had. I wouldn't
Oh,
say
I didn't know
Tasuni's
shield was
communion with
level
the beast is
locked.
imminent. He may be closer to the
annoying.
beginning of the path parallel to these two. But he clearly has a thaumaturgical gift in his prophecy and ability to see the gods. While he hasn't made elaborate inventions like Malachi's Reverie or Rapture device, we also don't know what exactly Doriani's thaumaturgical powers were like. Also, Malachi and Doriani had extremely powerful backers. Doriani was supported by Atziri, the most powerful Vol Queen of her time, and Malachi was supported by Chittis, the Emperor of the Eternals. They both needed this powerful backing to reach their goals. Maybe Doriani wasn't an inventor, but
Bro.
had some other extreme thaumaturgical power. Maybe Tasuni's is his sight, ironically enough. Perhaps Tasuni wants to be Sekima to find someone to invest in his own pursuits. Which leads to, why does Tasuni want to be leader of the Merits? Tasuni claims he wants to lead this traditional tribe to a better future. He is incredibly vague in this regard. But Irasha's comments that Tasuni wants to become a god give us insight into his true intentions with power. Maybe Tasuni is unable to leave the Mariketh and would not be allowed to pursue these corrupt dreams if he was not the leader. He does remark that Irasha may spit and curse, yet her duty shall overcome her distaste if he becomes the Sekima. Tasuni knows that, as a leader, he can dictate their actions and beliefs. Maybe he will open Highgate to more outsiders, something Oyun had only done recently. The Highgate Mariketh were basically a secret unknown to the surrounding peoples. Maybe Tasuni wants to bring thaumaturgical instruments and knowledge into Highgate from places like Oria and people like Valenta, who were also interested in communicating with the beast. Obviously, she's dead now, but the point still stands. We can't know what Tasuni wants to lead for. But if he was not free to lead or pursue thaumaturgy to his desired extent as a member of the tribe, maybe he wants to lead simply for the freedom to do as he pleases. What does Valenta hear through the miasma? How is that different to Tasuni's powers? In Act 5, we retrieved Valenta's miasmeter, created to hear the corrupted whispers from the beast. Valenta tells us that she heard the beast die at our hands, heard its screams. The key difference between Valenta and Tasuni is that Valenta needed this tool to hear the beast. Therefore, she's more so eavesdropping than communicating. Valenta heard the beast and heard whispers before that. But Tasuni understood how Count...
Fuck hell, the stun lines are scary.
He knew Malachi was inside the beast, controlling this nightmare. He recognized that only Malachi truly understood the beast, just as Malachi recognized only Doriani before him had. He can hear all of this without any tools.
So I need to get level 5 freaking.
And his deeper understanding of the beast's intentions and actions, either being
the level 5 might be hard.
Or being directly communicated to, is quite
Unless I
different
switch
than
my
simply
ability.
eavesdropping. Many thaumaturgical tools have been created that utilize the nightmare.
Being a level up.
Tasuni is able to gather this information
Well,
on
it won't
his
help
own,
me a lot.
from his own innate abilities. Tasuni is a contentious figure, no doubt. He feels no remorse for the death of his Sekima and his sister. He sympathizes with the nightmare's vision. He chides us on freeing Kaum and Dureso. He undermines Deshret's strength while praising the artistry of her tormentors. At the very least, he is darkly interested in the power of Nightmare. But I believe that hints have been laid to his destiny. The two men who entered the beast and caused cataclysms before him followed similar paths. They were gifted in thaumaturgy. They received visions and messages from the beast in their dreams. They were compelled, perhaps they yearned, to discover more about the beast and eventually enter it. They were willing to let many die and suffer while they pursued this quest. By the end of Act 9, Tasuni is experiencing a yearning to know more of the beast and what's inside. As he stands on the precipice of this cliff, will he heed the call of the beast? Or will he remain in the other half of his world, as Oyun put it, in the light amongst mankind?
It's crazy how instantly my eyes
Thank you
locked
so
onto
much
those
for watching.
outdoors.
It's your
Got
boy
the
Noodle. If you like these theory videos, let me know in the comments.
video
Thanks
ones,
as
so
always
maybe.
to my patrons. This couldn't happen without your continued support. And even if you find yourself on the precipice of a cliff, try not to heed the voices. Remain in the light and
So
stay
painful.
sane, exile.
Wait, something else before I fought you, because of that. Alright, you are not meant to play the game with heavy strike.
Explores the Karui
Is it
afterlife
possible?
and gives insight into their mysterious mother of death, the god Hinekora. By partaking in the waters of sight, a substance
An
that binds to the
hour?
brink of
Oh
death,
my.
we may
I
travel
was
through the
wondering
well
why
of
this
passing
video
into
quality
Hinekora's halls
was
of the dead.
weird. It's a fucking hour.
Inside, we meet multiple great warriors of the
Oh my
Karui
God.
in different time periods. Each of the warrior champions represents
Oh,
a
yeah,
Karui
man.
god, some of whom we slaughter in the acts. Two of the champions are also victims of our campaign, Kaum and Utula. We can use silver coins to bring us to this well, where a familiar face from the not-so-distant past greets us. Silver coins also allow us to participate in the trials, mock warfare between the champions at these halls that Navali now officiates. The trials were invented by Hinekora because the souls of the Karui people were on the verge of madness from isolation and ennui. The trials are intended for the spirits of the greatest Karui warriors to entertain themselves and others for eternity, or at least until the end of time. The end of time is apparently the talk of the halls, but we will get to that later. This underworld is not only populated by souls that Hinekora saves when they die, but those souls do not participate in the trials that take place in these halls. While many names in the halls are familiar, some of their appearances are not. Kiloava tells us that the way champions look in the halls is a reflection of their souls. Here, our souls appear as we truly see ourselves. Some of us had pretty big surprises when they woke up in the halls of the dead. We are the only persons still alive here, and that's because we are destined to come to these halls, according to Navali.
It's painful.
Navali is not one of the warriors, but she acts as Hinekora's spokesperson. Hinekora does have a champion representing her tribe in the trials, though. Navali greets us by saying, "Your coming was foretold, but you are decades early. How odd. I am Navali, once a Hatungo for my people, now a revenant in service of the Mother of Death." I am going to do an entire video on Navali and Hinekora, as there is an absolutely staggering amount of information and speculation surrounding what they say that covers the entire past and future of Path of Exile's story. One might call it the future past, even. But trying to cover the scope of the lore in Trial of the Ancestors with one video is too much, even for me. Instead, this video will focus on the more factual information about the Halls of the Dead, the chieftains, and the gods they represent. There are some differences between Navali now and how we knew Navali before. Navali was a Hatungo for her people, meaning a wise person. When we encountered Navali in the past, she was given the power of prophecy through Hinekora's sight. Specifically, Navali had a monkey named Yama the White, who held a seeing stone, and both Yama and the seeing stone had a hair of Hinekora's dark knowledge. Where the seeing stone would show Navali prophecies, Yama would guide Navali out of those visions. Yama the White is nowhere to be seen, but this is one of the many moments where fact and speculation will be in two different videos. All I can say for sure is that Yama the White is not with Navali here. Now, in Trials, Navali is an interpreter of death and a faithful servant of prophecy. By interpreter of death, she means for Hinekora, the god called the Mother of Death, and the one who gathered every soul in the halls, in some ways including ours. Hinekora has plans for us, and we need to be in these halls for those plans. But that's for the other video as well. I'll go over each champion, starting with those who died most recently and going back in time from there. Utula is the most recent champion, as he was a normal mortal in the present day before he got molded by Kitava, the god Utula represents in the trials. None of the people in the halls seem fazed by Kitava having representation here, even though Kitava's presence threatened Rayclast, and when bad things happened to Karui, many would blame them on Kitava's influence. In Act 5, we learn that Kitava's insatiable hunger threatened the life of the other gods, and so they asked Hinekora to kill Kitava for his transgression.
Okay, I could have two things, this and the other one.
But punished him by tying him to a rock and leaving him without food or water until we killed the beast.
26.
Navali says of Kitava, "We do not despise Kitava. He is a blind child cursed with endless hunger, and he knows no better." Hinekora foresaw his fall, and we have already mourned his
So
passing.
16, 26
Utula, on the
damage.
other hand, has caused some unrest among the champions. Utula's life
Well,
was
we'll
much
probably
different
get
than
some.
anyone
Yeah,
else
we're
here.
going for some
Utula grew up in the
intelligence,
slave pens of
and the
Oria.
aura,
He
so
wasn't
that would
taught
be
the
also
Karui
good.
way. He never saw Nama Kanui,
Yep.
and he
okay.
had to obey the rules and whims of his captors. The way means nothing to me. Wherever my fellow Karui tribes whom we prisoners were rotting in slave pens since the time of Lion Eye. I was born into slavery. I never had a choice. I refused to continue being a prisoner in my own afterlife. He started an uprising against his Templar captives in his life, and now he feels trapped again in his death. About the Halls of the Dead, Utula says, I didn't even know about this place. I grew up in the slave pens and my knowledge of my own culture was fragmented at best. When the blood spilled out of me and my heart stilled, I thought I was finally free. No, I'm dead, but I'm still imprisoned. Some of the chieftains understand his outrage, but many more are concerned with his presence, fearing he might try to consume all the souls in Hinekura's domain as Kitava once threatened. Akoya says, I believe in the traditional and unchanging way, but Utula wants to tear it all down. I fear he is seeking to fulfill Kitava's vow. We must show him how wrong he is. Navali acknowledges that Utula was corrupted by Kitava, and that we had to separate his spirit from his altered flesh so that he could be allowed in these halls. But Navali says she and Hinekura see Utula as a hero for bringing vengeance upon the Templar slavers. Utula has earned his place in the halls of the dead, even if he doesn't want it.
87.
Hinekura is either unaware of or
Seriously hate
unfazed by the threat of uprising from
Like,
Utula. And Kitava is
these
allowed the
enemies
honor of
are the
representation in the
worst.
tribes. Even while Utula yells about fulfilling Kitava's promise to devour all the souls in
Which I had my
Hinekura's domain.
shield.
Although Kaum is the other champion we encounter in the Acts, the next most recently mortal champion, chronologically, is Ahuana. Ahuana is a cheery younger woman, and her accent resembles more Utula than the heavier Karui accent of other champions. That is because Ahuana is half Karui, half Eternal, with her mother being Hyri and her father being Victario, two of the most important figures in history during the recent cataclysm that happened 300 years ago. I will try to explain as briefly as possible Victario and Hyri, although I recommend my videos on Act 3 and the Karui for more in-depth info. Hyri and Victario both fought alongside High Templar Bull against Eternal Emperor Chittis in the period of rebellion that happened 2 years before the cataclysm. Hyri is a Karui woman, the niece of Count, and trained alongside Bull's archers to bolster Count's army against the Eternal army of Lion Eye. Karui men are not allowed to wield bows or any projectiles according to a Tabukai, or sacred code of the Karui. Kaum interpreted that to mean men couldn't, but women could, and Hyri became a great warrior in her own right. Victario was a poet who used his persuasiveness to influence the downtrodden masses to assist in the rebellion against the Emperor. Victario had set up secret passageways all under Sarn to spread plans of the rebellion. His lover, Marilyn, was killed by Diala during the rebellion. After the rebellion, Hyri and Victario got together and had Ahuana. But Hyri wanted to return to Namakanui, and Victario wanted to remain in Sarn. Hyri led the united Karui forces out of Sarn and back to Namakanui, presumably before the cataclysm. Ahuana remembers the cataclysm, but not her father. Ahuana uses bows like her mother, as the Ramako tribe does not follow the Tabukai banning projectiles, or anyone.
Oh yeah.
The ancient Tabukai against the use
What?
of projectile weapons is not a rule that applies to us.
That's a little bit
It is a
strong.
matter of pride for those tribes that lauded brutish men with large axes. The Ramako tribe prefers to fell warriors like
Bro,
that, with
what
well-placed
the fuck?
arrows,
That's strong.
long before their axes ever come close. Kyrie is not in the halls of the dead,
What?
which confuses Ahuana and
Bro.
upsets Count.
What
We as
savage.
players know that Hyrie is one of the Legion generals, frozen in endless battle. But it has never before been explained that these generals we fight are the actual generals, and not just shadows, representations, or ghosts of them. We learn from
You're
Ahuana that
ruthless.
Hyrie was taking an army
Yeah.
raised from multiple tribes
Okay.
to deal with a strange
No, I won't be
threat
using
on
that
the edge
anymore.
of Namakanui, when she and her legion vanished without
I
a
guess I
trace.
can't use it. I
Cal is angry Kyrie is not here,
so
even though his tribe's Hatungo, Lavianja, believed Hyrie damned herself by breaking the Tabukai. But that is not a rule the Ramako tribe follows. I was certain there would be no dishonor in the eyes of the gods, yet Navali remains cryptic on her absence. This confirms that the Ramako tribe not abiding by the projectile
Hey, maybe the
Tabukai
shield
is a
guy
long-standing belief, not one Ahuana
thing
made up.
might be good.
We, as players,
Got the
already
buy.
knew that Kyrie is part of
Do I
the
port
Legion
them?
League
Yeah, I do.
stuck in
Okay,
the domain
well,
of timeless conflict. And now we know that
I'll
Kyrie and her
go
warriors
home.
disappeared suddenly.
Sorry, I'll
after
find the
dealing
next
with a
area
strange threat
and go
on
home.
the edge of Namakanui. That threat being related to Legion somehow. After we have fought
Dude,
Kyrie in the domain of
strong.
timeless conflict, their dialogues change.
So
Ahuana
strong.
is convinced
this
that
big boy
Kyrie
is
does
so
not
strong.
need help and is fighting a battle that is very important if she has not reached out. Interestingly, both Kaum and Navali think that Karui should bring more warriors to this battle in the domain to help Kyrie and her legion win this war. Navali even says we will lay waste to the entity that controls it for daring to disrespect our people so grievously. We as
Immortal.
players aren't sure what entity controls this domain, or even that there was a specific
more
entity
damage.
controlling it.
Oh, oh,
This domain was outside
Hey, you
of
didn't like
Pinnacore's
damage.
sight,
This is
in the realm of speculation in another video, for our purposes.
What do we have here?
Ahuana represents Ramako. Ramako is the father of light and the father of the sun, which are not the same duty. Ramako has always been the father of light, but it is his marriage to or traditions with Sione, mother of the sun, that give him his second title. We are going to hear traditions a few times, and I'm pretty sure it's just code for getting busy, although some use it in context more like marriage. Anyway, Sione, mother of the sun, and Lani Pua, mother of the moon, are two gods that are not represented in the trials by any champions. It becomes apparent pretty quickly that these two are almost certainly Solaris and Lunaris, meaning we have now seen the Azmiri, Eternals, Marrakech, and Karui consider Solaris and Lunaris as their gods. I will discuss more about the
I understand why
relationship
it's
of all
level
the
5.
Karui gods after we go through the chieftain.
Fair enough.
As each chieftain
strong.
representative brings a different perspective to the gods' relationships. For now, what I want to establish is that Ramako represents the day and is married to the sun, whereas his brother god, Ramokurai, is night, and the sun's sister is the moon. What's interesting is that the name Ramako has been invoked casually by Karui throughout Path of Exile. The Marauder PC says, "It is good to feel your warmth again, Ramako, father of light, when entering Sarn." His brother, Rongo Kurai, is a god we have not seen or heard of before this point. Trust me, I have looked. Perhaps followers of Rongo Kurai died off, and with it his relevance. It's interesting that the Marauder brings up Ramako in Sarn, but we will get to that. When we first encounter Kaum in-game, he is a spirit long after his body has died. Kaum was alive during the Purity Rebellion, along with Akoya, Kilalava, and
Yeah,
Ramanaka.
how much
In
damage the
fact,
boss would
Kaum
take?
is the reason those three died. Kaum wanted to unite all
Is
of the
this how I
Karui
become a
into
full
one
shield user?
tribe under his leadership, and to do so, he had to overcome the chieftains
I'm
of
not even
those
worried
two
about damage
tribes.
anymore. Got that.
Before now, we had seen Kaum's conquest described on the Namahu, Valako,
Maybe I
and
am.
Celios sign and ring,
Perhaps
respectively.
I was wrong.
After Kaum defeated the other chieftains, High Templar Vol asked him to bring his united Karui warriors to fight against Marcius Lionine on the southern part of
Look at
the
that.
where we start our own journey. After Kalm succeeded in defeating Lionine's forces, he wanted more. He wanted to take Rayclass lands for the Karui, something no other Karui leader had done before. Kalm says uniting the tribes was a worthy endeavor. Invading the mainland, however, was a fool's errand. Rayclass has only ever been an accursed place, and no true
So
Karui
close.
could ever
Not
set
enough
foot
fucking
on.
health potions.
Every empire that has ever
Damn it.
arisen there eventually collapsed under the
pretty
weight
good,
of
though.
its own disease.
Damage.
Kalm became corrupted on Rayclass, went
Really
mad,
rolling the damage.
killed 500 of his own warriors, and then his soul was captured by Malachi as fuel for the nightmare for over 300 years. In general, pretty bad times. Kalm describes it as, my dream, my nightmare, seemed without end. I couldn't think, couldn't hope, couldn't fight to escape. There was only madness and pain. When we kill Kalm in Malachi's nightmare realm, his soul is freed and brought to these halls of the dead. In thanks for freeing his soul after endless torment, Kalm has made no argument against our presence in this sacred place. Consider us even. I owe you nothing. Neat.
1 physical damage.
In these trials,
Okay.
Kalm is representing Namahu, Mother of Fire, instead of Tukohama.
Yes.
This confused me at first.
Offering.
Kalm
And
in
this
light
armor
strives to
invasion.
emulate Tukohama, as he
Huge.
felt Tukohama was the embodiment of the Karui
Huge.
way that Kalm wanted to spread to Rayclass. I thought perhaps Kalm felt betrayed by Tukohama,
Okay.
as during his madness he hallucinated that Tukohama had a gift for Kalm and his people in the heart of the beast. I dreamed of the north, of an offering left to us by Tukohama, an offering that will save the Karui. I needed only to take it. Kalm leading 500 warriors on this trip into mainland Rayclass is the same moment that Hyri left the Namakanui with her daughter Apuana and the rest of the Karui who had fought in the rebellion. Both Hyri and Labianja, Kalm's Hatunga,
destroy that
tried
one.
to warn Kalm that his visions from Tukohama were falsehoods. We descended into the heart of Rayclass, and there he came to me, Tukohama. He asked of me a sacrifice. I gave it willingly. My axe fell 500 times, the jade drinking its fill of Karui blood. Tukohama was pleased. Kalm's warriors died, and Kalm remained, haunted eternally by his mistakes and his need for conquest and bloodshed.
Never claimed
That
this
would be a
reward.
pretty decent reason to turn away from Tukohama, but it turns out that Kalm is actually
It's
part of the
tax
Namahu tribe.
base. Don't care
The
about
Namahu
that.
and
Just to
Tukohama
bleed.
tribes
Just to
are
bleed
pretty
works.
close-knit.
Interesting.
Tribes are also not steadfast or
Why does
locked
chance
in
to
to
bleed
worshiping one and only one Karui god.
This
It is
chest
confirmed to us in the
plate.
halls that for sure Kalm's tribe worshipped Namahu because they had the body of the sleeping god Namahu. Kalm tells us that for countless generations, a small number of my tribe secretly watched over Namahu as she slept. Before I was of age, my father's father allowed me to look upon her sleeping face. Looking past the inherent strangeness of watching people while they sleep, this puts into question the physical location of the bodies of other gods. Kitava had been stuck in a rock, and that rock was used to make a statue of innocence. Does that mean Tukohama was somewhere near the mudflats on Rayclass, rather than the islands of Namakanui? Were there people present when Namahu woke up? And if so, how is it that no one knows where she and many other gods are? The absence of other gods was previously used in Handwave as a gameplay limitation. We couldn't meet and fight literally every god that has ever been mentioned. But this insight makes the gods waking up more rounded. It implies physical traveling. It begs the question of the original location of their body when they woke up. And it opens up the possibility of running into more gods in the future, especially ones not on Rayclass. So why would Kalm of the Namahu tribe have such reverence for Tukohama? In the past, the tribes of Tukohama and Namahu were
Bloody
the
hell.
most powerful out of any
Delete
Karui
that.
tribes.
Look,
However, this meant that both
Sure.
tribes
Good
wanted to
suffering.
prove
Do I
themselves
have
the
boots? I
strongest
do not
and
even
fought
have
each other
boots.
for the top spot. Their constant
Upgrade.
fighting weakened both tribes
More
and made both
damage.
vulnerable to other tribes becoming stronger.
Shit.
Tukohama and Namahu made traditions so that their tribes would
Hear
stop
me,
fighting each other
mortals.
and they could retain their power at the top.
Nothing.
This
You are
unity led
puny.
to the forging of Namahu's axe, inspired by Tukohama being the first to put axes in Karui hands. This is the axe that we see Kaum using in his nightmare,
Get
passed
that.
down in the Namahu
I think
tribe.
I will get this.
It also led to the creation of Namahu's
anything in
sign,
here?
the ring which was given to the Tukohama tribe and passed down to Akoya. Akoya is the chieftain for the Tukohama tribe, and a staunch supporter of following the Karui way. Akoya is like
Maybe
Kaum in that
100%
strength
increase
is
damage
most
against
important to her.
enemies.
She says, why should we
might
subsist
be
in harmony with the
good.
land when we have the strength to be
But
its masters?
doesn't matter right now
She
that
tells us
much.
in great detail of her battle with Kaum, dramatically setting the scene for their long one-on-one fight. She seems to admire that Kaum was able to defeat her and that he gave her a warrior's death rather than leave her broken on the sands. Her attitude reveals just how much the Namahu and Tukohama tribes of fire and war have in common. Even more than Kaum, though, she compares her fellow chieftains to their alignment with her perception of the Karui way. Akoya explains to us the difference between Karui, which is anyone born of Karui descent, and Nakura Makoi, which she calls those who comprise our culture. They must be followers of the way, and they must have passed their test of adulthood at the Isle of Shrikes or elsewhere. A great warrior does not have to be Karui by blood to become Nakaru Makoi. The Isle of Shrikes is actually a location from Act 4 of Path of Exile 2, somewhere that the Cowbird who have settled on Raycross are traveling to on their great quest of colonization again. It will be interesting to see the Isle of Shrikes, since it is a location multiple chieftains here have referred to going to as part of their journey to become adult and legitimized leaders. When Navali says we are
Get back
decades
to town
older
and see
than
what I
his
can
fathers,
do. Or
maybe it
why.
is because our future self will have gone through the tests of the Isle of Shrikes and become a worthy Nakura Makoi
Walls
in
and a
that way.
helmet, so
But we're gonna stick to the facts here. I need like a buzzer or something to keep me off of these theory trails. If you talk to Akoya after Act 4, but before defeating Tukohama, she says, like many others, the Karui gods have awakened, but aside from Tukohama and Kitava, we have heard nothing of their activities. They walked Rayclass like in times of old, so where are they? The chieftains here are able to speak with their descendants who seek wisdom from ancestors, so that is presumably how Akoya knows that Tukohama and Kitava are awake. But why is she receiving intel about these two gods? Kitava makes sense because Karui people would be enslaved in Oriath and thus see Kitava's rampage. But Tukohama? Tukohama is on Rayclass. He's not on Namakanu. He's not in Oriath. It doesn't seem like the descendants are actually the ones telling about the gods' awakening. It seems Hinakura, or more likely Navali as proxy, is telling the chieftains. Akoya continues, our descendants come to us and ask us when the gods will return home. For this, we have no answer. Even Hinakura seems unwilling to speak on what she sees.
I've traveled
Is
inland
Hinakura
across
only
Rhodes
telling the
Island.
chieftains about these two gods because we are here and she knows their fate? What we will do to them? We are welcomed in these halls, but Hinakura must know that we are going to kill Tukohama and
Do your
Kitava.
helmet.
Once we have killed Tukohama, Akoya is furious with us. You have wounded us, outsider. Tukohama plays a very real role in our cultural and spiritual lives. With the defeat of our god, my tribe will suffer a mark of shame and a spiritual restlessness that I cannot
Okay,
overstate.
take those.
I understand why you did what you did, and I will try to remain fair to you, but I am not certain I can ever forgive what you've
See
done.
if I can buy any upgrades. Huh?
Tukohama is a god we learned quite a bit about before now, so I will keep it brief. He is the father of war, the first to put
I should
axes
be able
in
to buy the
Karui
totem,
hands.
right?
While he was a more violent god, he was also deeply
Yep.
respected by many Karui. He appears in
Shite.
Kitawa's hunger story,
Yeah.
is referenced by multiple generations of Karui,
Eh,
and even have
when
slain
can I get
him.
the shield? Level
Kilowaba
10.
of the Valako tribe is known as the first herald of war. Unlike Akoya, Kilowaba was not a young chieftain ready for an epic fight when Kaum came to challenge him. He tells us,
Any
many
fire
think I was
spots?
defeated by Kaum in some grand battle, but I was 74 when he took my head. He essentially bullied an old man. The ring Kaum took, Valako's sign, had been passed down in Kilowaba's tribe for generations, like Akoya's. But Kilowaba says when he put on the ring, it did something it never had before. It surged with the power of the storm. So I appointed myself the Herald of War, and I used the power of Valako's sign to win many great battles. He says Kaum just finished what he had started. Kilowaba seems generally unserious, and is most excited that he gets to be a young man again in the afterlife
brain
and
lag.
have
Hold on.
traditions with everyone in the halls, except Ikiaho. Wait, everyone? Really? Anyway, his lack of seriousness extends to his choice of god.
Oh,
He
the brain
reiterates
lag.
that warriors switch between tribes for many reasons, and even whole tribes will switch allegiance, as we Karui are a nomadic people, in the physical and spiritual sense. When I call my tribe the
Fuck, I don't know.
Valako tribe, yes,
Brain-
we
oh,
are.
I
But at
remember.
one time we followed Tukohama, and at another Tasalio, and then Valako again before that. Essentially, each god must prove themselves to us the same way we prove ourselves to each other. Perhaps this wanderlust is why Kilowaba has a complicated relationship with the god of his tribe, Valako. Valako is called the father of the
57.
storm. Valako has never contacted Kilowaba besides the activation
Oh, yeah,
of the
well, let's
ring.
try this out.
Valako is more like our
my
tribe
phone.
mascot than an actual figure
Let's
of
go
illusion or
along
aid.
the way over.
Valako is
far
one of
away.
the gods in the story of Kitaba's hunger, and he
Admit.
plays a main role, like Tukohama, Hinekora, or
You
Kitaba.
are puny.
Valako takes
Oh, yeah,
out
hit
his
him
jaw
as
to
well.
put Kitaba on the hook, which is one of the artifacts we collect. That implies that Valako was an active god, or
Okay,
at least
well.
as active as Tukohama, and that makes it even more strange that out of the main characters of that story, Kitaba's hunger, we have seen or heard nothing from Valako, and neither has Kilowaba. Rakiata is the chieftain of the Tasalio tribe, and they are the only one to not recount how Kaum defeated them to get Tasalio's ring. Rakiata is untraditional compared to the other
attack
chieftains.
damage, stall, just
Even in
block
fighting.
spell damage, stall.
Even in my earliest memories, I was training for battle. I do enjoy fighting, but not the way others around me did. To them, it was a savage contest of dominance and manhood. To me, there was an elegance to warfare. It had an ebb and flow, like the tide. It was a kind of dance. Even stranger, Tasalio's ring wasn't passed down for generations to Rakiata. Rakiata found a ring on the shore one day bearing Tasalio's graven pattern. It had washed up from the ocean, and I still believe it was a gift from him. It has a great power within it, but I never used it. I didn't need to. We know that Rakiata is the chieftain Kaum defeated to get the ring. It says Kaum took Rakiata's head and hand. So why was Tasalio's ring gifted so recent in comparison to Valako's and Namahu's? Those rings were passed down between chieftains for generations before being in the possession of Rakiata's contemporaries, Akoya and Kilowaba. If we consider that God's bodies are physically present somewhere in the world, is Tasalio somewhere in the ocean and the ring happened to wash ashore? Rakiata is just extremely interesting. Ikiaho and Rakiata sneak out of the halls of the dead together to see the moon and sea for a bit. There is a forgotten passage, a narrow crack in the earth that leads to the main well, though the dead just find themselves back here after a few minutes. Still, that few minutes on the ocean, seeing the living world again, glorious. This means that the Well of Passing is a bit more physical and literal than might be assumed. Wherever the Well of Passing is physically located, that we portal to with our silver coins, is connected to the ocean. I imagine this is a location the Hinekora tribe would know about, much like how the Namahu tribe guards Namahu's body. In addition to all of this, receiving Tesalio's gift directly, sneaking out of the halls of the dead, Rakiata also brings up a fabled weapon that their tribe guarded, that Eternals came and attacked their tribe for. Rakiata says, they were in search of an ancient and powerful weapon from our myths, but we only had a single piece of it. Their chieftain and their father were killed, so Rakiata took up arms to defeat the invading Eternals.
Sempre acho que
Once
endurance
they were
shows
dead, knowing that more would come
holding a
if we had
shield.
what they wanted, I entrusted
But
Tesalia with our
here's
piece of that fabled
I got endurance
spear.
chance when I'm hit.
I don't think
Sure, that's
Rakiata means they
better.
literally gave Tesalio this
Dash
piece of spear,
weapons, no.
but rather that
Why enemies
Rakiata
record
put
in
the piece
Asher and
in
move
the
them
ocean
past the
so that it was
seconds.
in Tesalio's domain. While Rakiata tossed the piece in the ocean, they felt its power. In a few moments I held just a piece of it.
What do
My
I
hand
want?
was permanently
Totems,
scarred,
I guess.
as if I'd been
So
burned
let's
by
go towards
unseen
that,
and
I
unfelt
guess.
heat.
Or
My
should I
first
go
thought was,
get the
oh,
turrets
maybe that's
first?
Solarized spear.
Go from
But
there.
we see that spear intact and whole in Heist, with no mention of it being in pieces. In addition, while we hear
maybe
from
it's all
Claudia
done.
that
Well, we'll
Solarized
figure it
spear
out.
was forged
Maybe I'll
alongside
have to
another
redo my
weapon from
whole thing
Lundara
later.
to unite the Malachite people, we have no reason to assume that weapon is also a spear. When hope was but a memory, the twin sister Sekimas, Solarai and Lundara, arose to unite the Marika. They wielded the essence of gold and silver. The spear is one of the two weapons that forged us. In fights with Solaris and Lunaris, Solaris does wield a spear, but Lunaris wields sickles. I do not think that this weapon is related to Solaris and Lunaris. So what kind of weapon would a Karui tribe have a piece of that the Eternals wanted? We have seen weapons of divinity burn those who are corrupt. Dominus trying to wield innocence as sign of purity, for example. Valenta tells us that Dominus couldn't even bear to touch the thing, and uses that because corruption and divinity are diametrically opposed. If the sign of purity is a repository for the power of innocence, Dominus could never have wielded it, being steeped as he was in the opposing power of peace and corruption. Rakiata died before the purity
You only
rebellion,
last 8
and thus before the
seconds.
cataclysm. Why would Rakiata be so
among the
steeped
other
in corruption
circumstances.
that she could not hold a divine object?
Should check that.
I think that this weapon is not divine, but corrupt. It is a piece of an ancient and powerful weapon from our myths, but that could still be from the time of Ad Theory or from the beast's creation before that. We know that High Templar Dominus and Venarius before him were incredibly interested in thaumaturgical artifacts like map devices. They referred to these as eternal artifacts, hoping to understand what Malachi and company were doing on Rayclass before the Cataclysm. But not all of these eternal artifacts were made by Malachi. Some map devices, for example, were used in the time of the Watchers of Decay, thousands of years ago. This piece of a spear could be from a corrupted thaumaturgical item, something related to Nightmare. The fact that Rakiata, the only chieftain we have seen directly chosen by their god, as in the person in the tribe to directly receive a god's gift, would be much more likely to lean towards divine than corrupt. I'm not sure what I think this spear is, but I would love to hear theories about what the spear might be or who it might have belonged to. The only object that came to mind was the Geomantic Gyre, a staff released in Crucible League that says, the last Titan forged a staff that could safely hold the first unearthed Virtue Gem. It's an ancient weapon with the intent of holding gems from the source of corruption, but the staff is intact in game, so who knows. Anyway, the god of Rakyata's tribe, Thessalio, is the father of water, and we don't know much else about him. He is not featured in the story of Kitaba's hunger, he is not referred to casually by other Karui, and the only mention of him before this leave was the Thessalio's sign ring. There is an unknown stretch of time between Kaum, Akoya, Kilauaba, and Rakyata, and the next warrior, Ikiaho. Ikiaho is the chieftain of the Arahongui tribe. Both Ikiaho and Arahongui are anomalies amongst these halls. The time period in which Ikiaho was alive is unclear, although we know that she died long before Rakyata, so we never met in life. But here in the halls of the dead, they're my closest friend. In death, I actually feel understood. For that, I can never begrudge this place. Ikiaho is considered strange for not being interested in going through the traditions with any of the other chieftains while they spend their eternal lives here. Because she is unwilling to get down like that, the others claim she has a frozen heart. Ikiaho's lack of desire could be ace representation, which we love to see, but it also might have to do with this bombshell. Ikiaho tells us that she has always been fascinated by the pursuit of knowledge. There is a pattern underneath everything we see. This pattern preceded even the gods. If something in the world around you works a certain way, it will always work that way. If it does not, something else is happening and you must investigate. Ikiaho was seeking deep knowledge about existence itself, how the world works, and why.
Sense.
In life, I
They
followed
have holy
these questions to
flame
the
wood.
heart
Can
of
I
the
have
pattern,
two?
and it took me to a vast lake.
That's
But I do not remember what I found
doesn't
there.
matter then.
Ikiaho traveled to the Lake of Kalandra, seeking answers to something, either the cause of some pattern or
No
the
one
cause
give
of
me
the
a moment
disruption of some
skill. Fine, I'll
pattern.
buy it my own.
But she came back from the lake not remembering what she
Some
found.
cheapskates these guys
In
are.
Kalandra League, the ancient etchings say Kalandra found the lake and watches humanity from there, that one day they will understand what it is to be alive, and they will wonder why they are. I will give them guidance. More than that, I will not say. I will spare them the pain of knowing. Maybe Ikiaho not remembering what she learned at the lake is her being spared the pain of knowing the answers by Kalandra. We know that when Kalandra tries to escape the lake, she knows that she has left, but can't remember any time spent outside of the lake. I theorize that the lake actually mirrors anyone who enters it, and that one version stays inside the lake at all times.
Charge.
Could this have happened to Ikiaho? Could that explain why she is so
We will
different
try them
from
out.
the other Karui chieftains?
So, chill charge.
I wish she remembered what she wanted to talk to Kalandra about, but Ikiaho tells us very little about her life before her death, besides that she felt misunderstood. The god Arohungui, daughter of the moon, is unique because she is the daughter of two gods. Thus, she is born divine rather than ascending to godhood. Arohungui is one of the minor characters in Kitaba's hunger story. She is the daughter of Lanihua, mother of the moon, and allegedly Ramano, the one in that lake. I believe this is the first confirmation of fully divine lineage in the game. I had previously thought that Kitaba, Sin, Innocence, Solaris, and Lunaris might be fully divine, because they seemed the most powerful or oldest or primal gods. We know for certain now that Innocence and Sin were once mortals, as revealed in Sanctum League. Ikiaho says about Arohungui that, alone among the gods, she has no agenda of her own. The rest all seek something endlessly, whatever it was that gave each of them a divine spark. But Arohungui was born divine. If Kitaba was born divine, that wouldn't make much sense. Kitaba seeks to consume everything, and his consumption is his hallmark of godhood. Solaris and Lunaris, aka Sione and Lanihua, are still up for debate, but since Arohungui is Lanihua's daughter, I think Ikiaho might mention if Lanihua was also born divine. Her divine lineage does not seem to give Arohungui more advanced powers than the other gods, but it does make her power more predetermined, as in she has inherited her power rather than become so good at one thing or so enveloped in one pursuit that she achieved godhood in that realm. Ikiaho might not have much to say about her own life, but she has many incredibly tasty bits of information about our Hungary and the other gods. But let's keep going. I put Mata after Ikiaho because I know for sure he lived during the time of the Val, before or during the time of Adviri, while the Val were a prominent and threatening force on Ray class. Mata's soul appears in the
use,
halls as that of
can I
an
get
old,
used to the moment
wizened
speed?
man. He views warfare differently than others, saying he practiced a very different type of combat, one that operated in ways that we Karui normally disdain. I was a diplomat, a peacemaker, and an ambassador. He died of old age rather than war and sees that as an honor and emblem of his good strategy. Living during the height of the Val, Mata had to bend the meaning of the Karui way so he and his tribe could survive. My fellow Karui never wanted to face the hard truth. If the Val wanted to wipe us out, they could have. They wouldn't
Kinda say
even
I
have
need a link.
needed to
Just
invade
realized
us,
this
and
on
our
what photo
water
it
fight
is.
would have been useless. Rather than warring with the Val, an impossible task, he brokered peace with them, even bringing unmatched prosperity to his tribe through his negotiations and concessions. Mata knew the overwhelming strength the Val possessed, aided in large part by their use of virtue gems. Mata explained that some Karui tried to use virtue gems themselves, called Tears of Magi at the time, and they became filled with rage and unnatural strength, and we had to put them down, then burn their bodies. Their mere proximity made others sick too, so for every warrior that transgressed, 5 others gave their lives to protect the rest of us. It is interesting that recent lore has focused on groups of people who cannot or will not use virtue gems. The Kalgur, whose ancestors were corrupted by gems, and modern Kalgur don't believe the gems hold power, the Asmiri, who have strictly forbidden the use of gems, and the Karui, who get sick with blood corruption that can spread to others who did not even touch virtue gems. I sense there is some deeper meaning or logic behind which groups can and can't use the gems, or what effects the gems have on them. But that's yet another rabbit hole. Even though Mata has a different approach to war than most of the chieftains, he agrees with Ikoya, who follows the Karui way of war rigidly, about Utula being an unwelcome addition to the halls. Utula believes in everything I have fought against my entire life, and my entire death. You can't live in a beautiful forest if you burn it down. I understand why Utula was given a place here, but I still think it is a step in the wrong direction. While Mata's peacemaking ways may have been beneficial in the time of the Val, I must say, you can't make peace with your slave captors, Mata. It's indicative of the amount of time between Mata and Utula's lifetime and life experience. Mata believed that all life is
I am
interconnected,
feeling
that
cocky.
existence is
So cocky, I feel
inextricably
like I will
linked
die
with
to
all
him.
life. But that was within the Karui. Mata would have never dealt with Templars in power. The Val had slaves, but Mata made peace with and avoided the Val, so he never experienced being a slave. But he probably witnessed how they treated slaves. While Mata does not agree with Utula's methods, he does agree that questioning the Hall of the Dead is worthwhile. Hinekura brings our souls here after we die, but where do the souls of other peoples go? Where would we have gone? We assume the alternative is oblivion, but nobody knows for certain. These unanswerable questions plague me at night when I am trying to sleep. It is interesting that no other peoples have spoken of their afterlife, even as a concept. But the Karui afterlife in these halls is very real. Kakwa is both the son and father of the forest. Considering Ramako is called the father of the sun after his traditions of Sione, mother of the sun, and all Hungary is daughter of the moon because Lanihua, mother of the moon, is her mother, you would be forgiven for thinking this is an I'm my own grandpa situation. Instead, I think his title of father and son is less literal,
Okay.
but
Maybe he
represents
does kill
Topwa's
me.
interest in
Right.
the cyclical
Made
nature
me
of
a life
time.
personal alliance.
Mata says
Game one
Topwa
shot
alone
or
has the
something.
perspective of the ages, of centuries of life, growth, death, and decay. We exist within a grand cycle, one that extends far beyond the outcomes of petty battles or even great wars. Topwa stands apart from all this, aiming not for any grand goal but simply to teach. Topwa's perception of time sounds a lot like Hinakora's, thinking in cycles and using the past to predict the future. How, or if, Topwa's philosophy differs from Hinakora's, I'm not sure. Perhaps it is a more Buddhist interpretation of accepting the cycle, rather than the psychic or prophetic reading of the cycle through visions, like Hinakora has. Topwa has appeared in the lore before, as a minor character in Kitaba's Hunger story. In Tapanuku's dialogue, which is primarily parables about the other chieftains, Topwa is the only god who appears as a physical character in a story, and he appears not in Mata's parable, but in the dialogue about Tapanuku's death. I'll summarize since it's long, but she describes a traveler walking through a forest grove who sees Topwa. Topwa and the traveler watch seeds grow into oats, that drop seeds, that grow into oaks, cyclical life, etc. The traveler asks what happens to the seeds that never grow, and Topwa points to Hinakora, walking through the forest and picking up the seeds to take to her underworld. Tapanuku says, the traveler shed a single tear, for he finally understood. I'm not sure what this means. If Tapanuku was never actually alive, is just a spirit that was brought to the underworld, or if she is represented by the traveler in the story. What we can see is that Hinakora and Topwa are closely aligned philosophically. Kahu Turoa is the chieftain representing Rongo Kurai, Father of Night. There is no doubt that Kahu Turoa has been here the longest of any other chieftain. He has been here thousands of years, living at some point during the Val's reign, but long before Mata's time. The Val were in power since before the beast was created, up until the fall of the Val, which may have hundreds or thousands of years between them. Kaku has been fighting in the trials for so long, he is considering joining Utula's uprising to escape them. Utula has the right idea. If I want to leave the halls of the dead and go to the chambers of the dishonored, where they drink and carouse for eternity, why shouldn't I? Down with tyranny! According to Kahu Turoa, Namakanui is not a physical location necessarily. It is whatever place they have brought the Karui way to. Outsiders that don't understand us often mark Namakanui in a particular place on the map, but that is a mistake we don't care to correct. It is better that the Val don't know where we are. Kahu has seemingly not been getting updates from Descendants because he was not aware of the fall of the Val, or the recent cataclysm, or the Templars becoming a powerful force. As we progress through the acts, we update him on the status of the world, and each bit is a revelation. He was at least aware that the Azmiri were planning on moving down through the mountain ranges, which means either Kahu died not long before the fall of the Val, or that someone, be that descendants or people in the tribe of Rongo Kurai, informed him of the Azmiri desire to leave the Azmiri mountain ranges, but not of the fall of the Val. From there, he's been in the dark. We tell him the Azmiri became Eternals, and they died too. And he brings up the Golden Cult they banished to Oriat, which we inform him, yes, the Templars did take over the world, and oops, that empire is destroyed as well. I think that Kahu is much more ancient than Mata, who I believe lived around the time of Athiri, before the fall of the Val though. Because Kahu Turoa then asks about the Mariketh in their lush plains with rivers and forests. Nanette tells us this was thousands of years ago, when the plains were not a desert. Then Kahu asks about the Ezamites, who suffered from effects of the cataclysm, although we describe it as a plague to him, which is an interesting choice of words. We know that effects of corruption made Kaveri sick with a blood corruption. Perhaps this plague is like that, rather than just physical devastation of the lands of Ezamir. Either way, after informing Kahu that Ezamir is mostly barren, he asks us about the Kaltu, saying they had the best wines, feasts, and women. And the player character and myself agree we have never even heard of the Kaltu. Who could this be referring to? Mata is the only chieftain who has dialogue in response to this, saying, the Kaltu. I vaguely recall hearing about them once as a child, but they were long before my time. I assume Mata is the only one to respond because his life was closest in the timeline to Kabukiroa. But by this time, the Kaltu were long before. I can't say for sure who the Kaltu are, but I suspect this dialogue was put in game to indicate that we will learn who they are at some point, be that a future league or in Path of Exile 2. They could be what we call the Primeval Wall, people like All and On, but Primeval indicates they existed way before the Ball, and Kahuturoa lived during the Ball's reign.
Last line,
I don't think
8
it's the ancient
seconds.
Kalgurans either, as they visited Breakfast after the fall of the Ball. Likely the Kaltu lived somewhere on or near Breakfast that is no longer inhabited, at least not knowingly inhabited. Either that or more tinfoil theory, I'm doing it, the Kaltu are the newcomers that Innocent used to bolster his religion, using the newcomer's fear of the cleansing fire for his own gain. While I would love that, the newcomers having great feasts and women doesn't really align with the image of terrified extraterrestrials burdened with the knowledge of a burning cosmic entity threatening their very existence that Sanctum lore painted. Rongo Kurai is the father of night, and the god Kahuturoa represents. I believe that Rongo Kurai is not a god many, if any, modern tribes follow, and this would explain why Kahu has been so disconnected from the goings-on of the living world. We haven't seen Rongo Kurai mentioned before this league, and all we learn of him now is in relation to his brother, Ramako, and the drama between the gods. But we still have to talk about Tafanuku. Is Tafanuku of the Hinekora tribe the oldest chieftain here? I have no idea. Honestly, probably not. But she tells us absolutely nothing about herself, or her life, or her god. She gives us parables about the values of every other chieftain, but when we ask her about herself, she chides us. The jester seeks to trip the chieftain, not so. A chieftain always knows where she stands. Even though we are honored guests allowed to participate by Hinekora herself, the only mortals in the room, Tafanuku compares us to a jester and refuses to tell us anything. Perhaps knowing how she feels about Hinekora, or who she was in life, would ruin something Hinekora is planning. The only straightforward answer Tafanuku will give us is her opinion on the end of
Yeah,
time.
some okay damage.
Maybe that's why every single chieftain has something to say
There's
about
no
the
one,
end of
though.
time, because it's the
So,
only thing
yeah.
Tafanuku will actually talk to them about. Most of the chieftains find Tafanuku and her choice to participate in the trials strange, when Tafanuku already knows ahead of time what we will do, mostly. Apuana finds Tafanuku unsettling, saying, I don't know what to make of the Hinekora tribe. They have always lived halfway in death and halfway in life. Their eyes are elsewhere, and their words are meaningless.
Strong one.
I certainly don't feel they are passing down
Spell
any wisdom to their
Totem
descendants when they speak in riddles.
Can I have this in autocast?
Tafanuku is representing the Hinekora tribe, but even though Hinekora is the only god here in the halls, there is no interaction between the two, no mention of the other. After we slay the beast, Navali says that Hinekora is finally awake and the halls of the dead clamor with the joyous songs of our people. That doesn't seem to be the case. If anything, people are worried about Hinekora. She seems constantly within her visions, barely able to tell the difference between the current reality and other realities she has experienced. While what Hinekora says is extremely interesting to us as the
Sorry, 1
player,
second
the
here.
other chieftains are
Oh,
either
5% damage
confused,
taken from your
worried,
stuff.
or
Like, for
dismissive
you.
of Hinekora's
I wanna
return
test
to the
that out as
halls,
well.
not joyous and singing. Kaum believes she is lost in her visions, unsure whether Navalu communicates Hinekora's will or if Navalu speaks of her own accord due to Hinekora's haze. Hinekora will be discussed in extreme depth in the next video. But what is relevant to this video is that Hinekora and her tribe's obsession with the end of time has gotten every other tribe to chime in on their own ideas of how time will end. While some chieftains may be thinking about the end of time because it is the only escape from the halls of the dead, others seem quite certain of the exact situation that will cause this end, although none quite agree on how or when that will happen. Some of the chieftains view the end of time as gentle, like Mata, who sees the end of time as just part of the grand cycle. Like people itself, the world will die and with it, time, and then a new time will begin. Kahu Turoa feels similarly, that the world will get tired and fall asleep, ending quietly during a night that goes on so long it blends into death itself, and then the sun will rise and time will begin again. Others have more catastrophic depictions of how time will end. Ikiaho is absolutely certain that the moon will crash into Rayclass, as the moon's path over many thousands of years is changing slightly toward us. What else could possibly happen when two titanic spheres of stone crash into each other? In the same vein, Ahuana believes that the sun will get too close to Rayclass and burn everything away, but once life returns, that there will be a burst of verdancy unlike we have never ever seen. Kilowava believes the raging storm will sweep everything away and leave a clean slate behind. Kaum might be the most grandiose, describing a tremendous eruption. Rayclass will stab itself and pour forth its lifeblood to burn away all life, both the mighty and the disease, as it has done before. Then the first of a new line of Kalui will emerge from the molten caldera as we did before, and that Kaum's soul will be returned to the volcano with all the others here in the halls of the dead, to be melted and reforged into the entirely new Karui essence, that new line. Neat. Utula does not care how time ends. He is more concerned that he will be in the halls until the end of time itself. When I ask how long that is, they all give me a different answer. He worries that he will be here forever if time never ends. Rakiata is not concerned with the end of time because they focus on the present, encouraging us to live for today. Akoya's story is the most abstract, about warriors becoming so filled with bloodlust that they all kill each other until the absolute strongest remains, and his dead body will become the new world. Akoya is also the only one who both describes how time will end and recognizes that it's just a story to describe the same event. Each tribe has its own belief about how the world will end, but you must understand these tales do not conflict. They are all correct. Although Tafonuku seems certain that time will end, and implies that time has ended before, she is uncertain of how it will happen this time. No matter how long it truly ends up being, existence always feels too short a season. Lucky are those who get to do it all over again once time begins anew. For what purpose does Tafanuku insist on the end of time? It's the only end for the trials, sure, but that was before Hinekora returned. She created them, couldn't she end them? Is the end of time a figure of speech for the conclusion of Path of Exile's story, before it begins again with Path of Exile 2? Is the end an inevitable, literal event, or is it just a philosophical question for the chieftains to consider, to break up the monotony of their trials? I think it's all of the above. It is very eerie that the end of time is the only topic every chieftain will discuss. It doesn't feel like a warning. It is a foregone conclusion.
That
Now
kite.
that we know more about the chieftains
Ah,
who fight in the
he
trials,
got too close to the
let's
sun.
dive into some of the stories they tell about the gods they represent.
And then
Of course,
now
we
I'll
have
go
already
up
killed two of these gods, Tukohama and
and get
Kitaba,
this.
and many of the
Get
other
some
gods,
intelligence because I
Casalio,
need that.
Valako, Namahu,
And get these
are missing in
reservations.
action.
Get the
But
totem,
three of the
increase
gods
their life.
represented in these halls are
We
discussed
won't
in
get
depth
any of
by
that.
not only the
We'll roll
chieftains
of that.
representing them, but
Get them
others,
extra life
unveiling
damage reduction and
connections between the
resistance.
Karui
We
and
will not
Solaris
take
and
this as
Lunaris,
well.
and what
Don't
caused
care
the
about the extra
sisters' eternal
totem.
war. The new lore
Fire!
we get regarding the Karui
Maybe.
gods is a tale of a sordid love affair between Ramako,
Maybe.
Sione, mother of the sun, and Lani Hua, mother of the moon. The mother of the sun, Sione, lived alone in a jade palace in the sky. At that time, the sun was no brighter than any other star, and it was verdant green. Sione, however, was the most ambitious of the gods. She invited Ramako over to her palace for a feast, even though her tribe was poor and starving. She painted her entire palace gold, so that when Ramako entered her golden palace, his light reflected countless times, blazing warmth and light all over the world. Ramako was so impressed by her apparent wealth, they went through the traditions together, with Kahuturoa even describing Ramako as Sione's husband. Sione's gamble worked, as the pairing brought prosperity to her tribe. But apparently Ramako can't stand her, and secretly longs for Lani Hua, the mother of the moon, who is kind and caring to all, and very beautiful as well. Ramako goes to our father of night, Rongo Kurai, and asks for the cover of darkness to secretly visit Lani Hua without his wife knowing. Poor Rongo, being a good brother, obliges. Ramako sneaks over to Lani Hua's place under the cover of Rongo Kurai's night, and fathers our hungry. This affair angers Sione so much that the sun becomes so bright, fire scorches the world. Kahuturoa's tribe survives that fire easily because they tend to live in caves, but Lani Hua, being a natural healer, steps in to preserve the rest of the Karui. Side note, Kahu mentions his tribe living in caves. This reminded me of Emperor Chidis' letter to his uncle Kadiro about Izaro, the emperor at that time who descended from one of the first Asmiri to call themselves eternal. Chidis refers to Izaro creating the Labyrinth, a trial depicting its emperor based on ancient Asmirian tradition, as such. He would have us entrust our imperial leadership to primitive diversions of some cave-dwelling ancestors. Kahuturoa called the Asmiri his friends, so perhaps his tribe and the ancient Asmiri were socially or geographically close or entwined if they both lived in caves. This incident, Ramako visiting Lani Hua in night for this affair, is believed to be the story of Arapangui's birth, and also the reason that Sione and Lani Hua, aka Solaris and Lunaris, have been at war with each other ever since. Let's start with Arapangui's birth. Ikiaho believes that Ramako loved Lani Hua, and that is why the Ramako tribe, like us, often uses ice and cold in their war making. That is because Ramako has long loved Lani Hua, Arohangua's mother, in secret.
Very
He
minority.
fights not for himself,
So
but
badly.
for her. If it was known that Ramako had feelings for Lani Hua, it would make sense that Rongo Kurai, trying to be a good brother, would help him. But Ramako claims it was not him who snuck to Lani Hua's house on the night that Lani Hua got
22.
pregnant with Arahangui. Someone used Rongo
That would be
Kurai's
good
cover
to
of night,
have.
but
That's
Ramako claims
22.
it wasn't him. He calls his brother a liar, and now Ramako and Rongo don't speak. Ramako claims he wasn't even the one to ask Rongo Kurai to create darkness for him. Someone impersonated Ramako to go see Lani Hua, and to ask Rongo Kurai for darkness. Even Hikiaho agrees Ramako is not Arohangui's father. She says, "We follow Arohangui with utmost loyalty, but my tribe certainly noticed that she never expressed any divine abilities that have to do with light or warmth. I have long suspected that there is something within each of us, some pattern or essence of who we are that each parent passes down to a child. If my suspicion is correct, then it is not possible that Ramako is Arahangu's father. Furthermore, she has an idea of who this person might be, but she is unwilling to disclose who. There is only one sensible conclusion, and that we keep to ourselves, so as not to disrupt the balance of the skies. This dialogue is called The Deceiver, and the other chieftains who discuss this story use that title as well. At first, one might think that Rongo Kurai himself was the one who used his own knight to sneak and see Lani Hua. And some might say that Arahangui's darker tendencies align with Rongo Kurai's knight. Many associate the knight with evil. Not so. The knight shrouds the innocent, hiding them from those who would do harm. Maybe this assumption is why Rongo Kurai's followers have disappeared, but I don't believe Rongo is the father. I believe this deceiver is none other than Tangmazu, the trickster god and voice of delirium. For starters, we already know Tangmazu's claim to fame is that he tricked Solaris and Lunaris, and his trick started their eternal war. Kahuturoa says that Arahongui being born is why Sione goes to war against Lani Hua, and they have been fighting ever since.
This also scans off my mail.
Immediately that lines up.
Okay.
But Ahuana elaborating on
yeah.
Arahangui's powers, her inheritance, is what seals it. Arahangui has abilities prone to darkness and illusions, quite unlike Ramako's golden strength and honesty. There is a tale, very rarely told, of a deceiver being caught and locked away for this crime. Darkness and illusions are absolutely Tangmazu's realm, and while I don't know if Tangmazu was caught, the perfidy flavor text makes even more sense now. It says Tangmazu turned day and night against each other. While day and sun could be synonyms, night and moon are not quite right. But if day and night are Ramako and Rongo Kurai, it's even more fitting. It now encompasses all parties who were affected by this deception. Tangmazu says that turning the Celestial Sisters against each other was not hard, that it just took a nudge. If it's true that Ramako was in love with Lani Hua, then Tangmazu pretending to be Ramako, using an illusion perhaps, would be an easy way to trick Rongo and Lani Hua and make it difficult for Sione to believe Ramako when he says it was not him. It is a perfect situation to cause chaos in. I don't think we knew exactly how Tangmazu had turned the sisters against each other before now, so this story is quite the revelation. But it leaves us with the fact that Tangmazu, the terrifying delirium voice of madness and despair, has a daughter who is also a god. Luckily, Arahongui does not seem to share Tangmazu's disposition, if she shares some of his powers. She is a healer, and uses her power of illusion to help ease the pain of those who are wounded or dying from heart. Sione and Lani Hua have been absent from the Karui people since this war started. Ahuana says that the Ramako tribe considers the matter of Arahangui's birth and parentage sealed, but Sione and Lani Hua continue to battle for eternity in distant realms. They do not listen to us. They do not listen to anyone. All they care about is vengeance. Some believe the sun and moon have abandoned the Karui people entirely, but Ikiaho of the Arahongui tribe has a different perspective, because her god is helping the soldiers of this war. While the birth of Arahongui did spark Solaris and Lunaris' eternal war, their war quickly turned from fighting each other to fighting something else. Ikiaho says, many believe that the Mother of the Moon has been fighting a war against the Mother of the Sun for thousands of years. While Lani Hua is indeed absent, it is not to fight against her sister. Arahongui rules wounded warriors in her palace, and they speak not of war with Sione, but of a war with the stars themselves. Apparently, the two sisters did go out into the night sky to wage war upon one another. But when they got there, they encountered something horrible, something that drives even the strongest warrior to madness and panic. We have not been abandoned by our two strongest gods. They are out there protecting us, and they cannot rest for even a moment. I suspect whatever Sione and Lonihua are fighting in the sky is a cosmic force, something like the Elder, the Maven, or the Scourge. It's hard to say what they were fighting, how long they fought it, if they succeeded or failed, because we fully kill Solaris and Lunaris in Act 8. So if that war was still ongoing, there might be or might have been some consequences. And for sure, no Karui will be hearing from their missing gods, Sione or Lonihua, anytime soon.
Any day?
Perhaps Navali didn't see fit to tell the chieftains that we kill the sisters, as Sione and Lonihua have no chieftain representatives. Or maybe Solaris and Lunaris are not actually
I have
Sione
fucking
and
20%
Lonihua,
chance to walk, but
so their deaths would have no relevance
what
in
the
the
fuck?
halls of the dead. But I can't imagine that Sione and Lonihua are not Solaris and Lunaris. The eternal immortal, Mazi Cosmic, even the description of their temperaments matches perfectly with all other sources we've seen. Solaris being hot-headed, confident, judging, and Lunaris merciful and mother of dreams and inspiration. Argan even says dreams harbor nightmares and that inspiration is just one notion shy of insanity in regards to Lunaris being the mother of dreams and inspiration. And nightmares and insanity are Tang Mazu's thing, are Hongui's too. And Lunaris is the mother of them. With all of this information about the chieftains and the gods they represent, we have plenty to chew on. It sets the stage for more gods to be found in areas we haven't traversed, or to be hiding away and not messing with normal life. It gives insight into life on Namakanui, which is not necessarily one place or even a set group of islands. Although there is some mention of a West Namakanui, which is a strange place, but that's all we know of it. Kahu says that there are tribes in Western Namakanui beyond Ezemir, with gods most of us are barely aware of. Those tribes are strange, and we don't go there. We learn more about how the
one
Kalu
thing I
people interacted with
noticed.
other groups throughout all the history we've
Can't
been
really
exposed
have my
to so
last
far in Path of
minions
Exile
up.
lore, going all the way back to before the fall of the ball, and spanning concepts as wild as the Lake of Kalandra and cosmic horrors in the night sky.
Wait, don't
Even with
kill it,
all
no?
of this
Should
information,
wiki. I need to wiki.
more
How much
factual or
intelligence I
basic
need.
knowledge, we haven't even touched on what I would consider the meat of lore in this game, which centers around Hinekora and Navali. But we need to have this groundwork laid in the realm of reality to understand and juxtapose the ramblings of Hinekora, and begin to unravel what she's even saying and why she has invited us to these halls. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. If you haven't seen it, I was able to interview Matt, the lead narrative writer for GGG at ExileCon, and that was such a huge highlight for me. Sorry if this audio sounds a little crazy, my computer's having some problems, so I can really fix any of the glitches or this outro. This video took a while to make, obviously. We've still got the big theory video to accompany it on the way. Drink from the well of passing
guy-
and stay sane,
Difficulty with the
exiles.
boss. But
Twisted.
it's a bit funner. I can't lie.
It is almost
Just a
ExileCon, and I am so excited to learn more
Ah,
about
wait.
Path of Exile
Before I
2.
continue on.
We have so far seen vast improvements in animation, mechanics, skills,
Okay.
and boss fights.
Googling.
The most recent trailers were tasty crumbs that further emphasized these improvements. What was noticeably lacking from these recent trailers was lore context. With each being about a minute long, they are flashes of potential and excitement.
Lore break. So my brain can think. So a maximum of 70 intelligence would be needed. It's a lot. Hmm.
Oh no, well, 70 at 21, but 68 at 20. 68. That's actually not that much. Yeah, I'm gonna get 10 points in 2 levels. In 1 level. In 1 level. In 2 level? I can't count, man. In a few seconds, I'll get some fucking HP. Yeah, man, intelligence, fuck's sake. One more level. So we get in. So I'm gonna level that up, and once I get these, I should. Is it too early for auras? No, no. In Act 2, we are gonna get auras, so we should get these as well. Then I'll move all the way down. Maybe get this along the way. Then try to get these. I'm not sure if I total damage doing anything. Each total implies 1% damage taken to enemies needed. I mean, increase damage, total damage. I think that scales with the avenging flame, but I'm not sure. Get up there.
Return. There you were.
I a beast.
You were wrong.
$100. Upgrading us. Haha. Dexterity evasion, return knife, quick damage. Okay. Okay with losing a little bit of armor for 100 evasion. Much better than 40-40. Count it as a buff.
Yeah, I guess. Give me. What? Oh, did he attack me? Oh, I can't replace them, right? I could. Just need to reckoning there. Remove shield charge. It's kinda meh. So hoping it'd be better, but it's no. Turrets. Yes, sir. You know what that means? Minion upgrade. Which means more HP to them. Which means more damage. Hell yeah. Like 1/4 of his HP. That's not that bad. Okay, we do 1/5. It's not bad. Damaging that guy is still bad. I was a little bit slow. I thought, yeah, didn't realize there's suicide bombers.
A straight there.
Thanks. Should do an aura. Yeah. Just go right up there. If I of course can cube auras. We're close there, right? Yeah. Auto invasion raiding. Yeah. Nero is first stage. One stage per second. Nearby. Increased area effect per stage. Increased auto effect per stage. Yeah, just put it in, eh? Where the fuck am I gonna put it in? Oh fuck. I have a problem. Over us. We don't have the space to put it. Can I get the shield one? Yes! More extra damage. And just 18% chance to block spell damage. Mwah! Very nice. Nice. I don't think there were any other shield buffs, right? Just going to confirm this. There's Frost Shield, but I did not want that. So yeah, that should be good. Now I could add in whatever auras there else auras on. Let's go back here. Point her ass. Yeah, fucking suicide bombers, god damn it. I want to test my blocking out. Suiciders. Oh, we stuck kill. Oh. Go on. He lived. He lost a lot of HP. There we go. Cool. Ow. That's not what I wanted to find, but I need to. I'll do it. Wait. You have casts per second, so you're a spell, which means if I get you faster attacks, you should attack faster. Or recharge faster? Are you gonna recharge faster or attack faster? It has a cooldown, so it's not gonna attack faster.
energy shield, max mana, all resistances, cold. More armor. A little bit more chance to block as well. No, fine spinner here. That. Oh, how much do I get? Should I have tested? Just wait now. Okay. Oh, like 5% and 3%. Nice. Okay. I never unlocked the physical damage taken from a nearest line totem. Why? Why not? More armor.
I have traveled far.
The fuck is she? knife. Okay. Ah! Fucking hell. Where is she? There you are. Where are you going?
There's no blacker magic than death, witch.
Any equipment I want to change? It's gonna be hard. But it should be easy to put this on. Just need to color it once. Twice. I think this can be better. I was right. I was right. That's better evasion though. That's a bonus to that. Oh. Melt. Yo, Sophia. How's it going?
good. I'm good. Maybe a little bit tired. Other than that, good. Like, what? What's this? Yeah, good. Test that out. Put totem there. I think I blocked it. It is taking damage, but it's not triggering the thing I was hoping it would do. Oh well.
Heard you.
Your death had more honor than your life, Creighton.
What trouble?
Hey, they leveled up. They got 21 extra health. Close. Close. Red. No red. Back.
The half-wit.
Yo, Bixie, you too? Yeah, I'm trying something stupid. My plan is to tank every boss and have them kill themselves. That's my new plan.
Your reign is over, Bandit King.
I did another character also, try to get the brand one working. That works nicely, I mean, just need levels now. Going through the axe. It's surprising how much damage you can do with a shield. Not gonna lie. I need more block chance and stuff. And with upgrade my minions. I'm trying to use the Searing Bond, so having them be my artillery support. I mean, my chance to block is quite low. 2, 4. So fucking... Oh god, how simple. To do nothing. I can't wait to fight an Uber or something. Not an Uber. Oh, maybe I can do an Uber.
There you see, I am sure.
Autumn duration. 10 seconds? 12. What? Oh, it's 50%. Oh, I got that confused, my bad. 12 is okay, pretty good. Okay, we got that. Now I'm gonna get the auras. Then, do I want men? I don't want kind of men are rich. I should get this as well then. Well, it says fucking arcane surge. I'm not gonna use that. Maybe something else. What were you? What? Nope, not that. Button placement, speed, attack speed, duration, attack and cast speed. What? Oh, right. 2%. Is that the up one? Yeah. Okay, these guys are getting one shot now, wait a minute, it's good. So nice to tank everything now. I mean, I'm not even scared I'm gonna die. It's so nice. Maybe a little bit. Scratch that. Maybe a little bit now. fire could also be good. What's the big one down here again? Fire damage, attack skills, chest ignite, chest ignite. Basic guarded ash you had moved the past 2 seconds. Guarded them in ash is pretty good. I think that fire is also good. Your magic is nothing. I was thinking of making a new tune, but not sure what yet. Oh yeah, that's always the hard thing. I mean, yeah, you gotta try out like new stuff, otherwise you don't know if you will like it or not. That's why when I tried to make an ice build, I figured I found a brand, I tried the brand out, I was like, oh shit, this is fun. And now I'm trying to do a minion build, or sorry, a totem build where the totems take damage and do damage. And when I take damage, I do damage. Tank thing. I mean, the cyclone you have is pretty strong, but I can see it being bad in like Simulacrum. Maybe you wanna make a ranger guy this time? Or something. My level up, I should be able to keep the ring wear. I get mana back if I take damage. Should be pretty nice. Just going to make a magic find a couple days ago, but they're here and their nans are running a magic find. Well, true, everyone is. There is not a single guy who isn't doing magic find, except for me, of course. I'm the only one left out of magic find. I don't have enough luck to get the magic point. Or miniatures will do something there. So I want that. Good minions, good damage. If I get the last life upgrade as well, this should do more damage. Oh yeah. More burning damage would be nice. And more spellfire damage. Oh yeah, I didn't realize that. Okay, I have a slot open. Great, put this here. That.
I gave high. Farewell.
So you take 10%, you take 25, you're gonna take 25, that's 50, 16, 60%. I need to, yeah, I need to get the efficiency in if I wanna add the last two as well. I don't know if it's giving damage to this, but it should. So there's a fire and it counts as a spell, I think.
Not travel far. The end of learning is the
There's go with me.
Do I buy the other aura? Probably not. Here. Sixty intelligence. You think I'm smart? Come on. I'm dumb as fuck. Okay, good. Oh, I forgot to take the. Let me go back. Got to put on the ring that I wanted to put on. My unique foil ring, of course. For this occasion. This is why I got this ring. For this occasion. 37 for this. I want to try this out as well. Because I don't know if this works with flame wood or not. That's why I want to try out. How they do that? I've always wondered if that was like a... Yeah, that way it's like multiple checkpoints. Oh, that's so bad for you guys. You kill yourself. Oh my god, I love this. Fuck me, I love this. Fuck those enemies. I've always hated these fucking enemies. So much fucking damage and shit. And the chaos damage is strong, so... 21 or 22. Peace. Should have taken the shoes from my other guy. Oh yeah, you guys. I want some stuff that you guys do damage. Just like a spell damage? I don't know. You guys can melee me for some reason. I can be asked. I should disable trade. Why am I... Okay. I hate that whenever I try to create a new character, I always think like, can I do simulacrum with him? Yes, no, no, okay. He's probably good for delving then. Can I do simulacrum with him? Yes, he can't do delving. Okay. I hate this. I hate that I know that so much now. How hard is gonna hit me? And that's bruh. Oh, where the hell did the shell go? The weakest molten shell yet. Because we have no armor.
I cannot do this here.
Last point. Are we on the... Let's round it to 2020. So we're using 50. If I add in the last two auras, they should also be 20. Okay, I could add... Damn. Nice! I'm not sure if I can cast spells though, that's the problem. Should maybe get increased damage as well. 8%. It's only for me, it should be all. Oh, you guys have shields? Nice. Fellow shield users. the shield. So down. Fair enough. I'm 142 strength already. Oh, that's overkill. Lol. $223. Let's see if the damage goes up if I take this. It did go up, cool. Let's see how this build turns out though. Me too, buddy. Me too. I haven't a clue what's going on with this build. I mean, the reason I took these minions is cause I can add +2 if I have quality. So I thought, oh shit, more minions means more projectiles, yada yada yada. That was my first thought. And then maybe I'll use Reckoning with something else as well. Where's the Tempest one? Should have to shock it. Shocking is pretty nice. Too high dexterity. God damn it. I'm not nimble enough. Fuck! Although I'll get dexterity probably later. Right. If I start putting points down here, I get that, yeah. Maybe I'll get fortification as well. Or I put it on my shield. Nah, I should put it on my shield, it'd be better. And there was a way to get frenzy as well somewhere. Remember where though anymore? That. There was some kind of frenzy thing. 25% chance to get frenzy. Sure it's down here somewhere. Damn it. Bombman, I'm just trying to work where the frenzy is. Am I tweaking? Pretty sure I saw frenzy somewhere. I must be tweaking. That's on kill. No, there was one hit somewhere. Ah, here it is. Swagger. Swag. Yeah. Chance to gain fringe in your block. That's what I wanted. There it is. And here's endurance as well. Wait, why is there endurance there as well? There's endurance here as well. Huh. But that's not on block though.
This is on block. Okay, so that's the difference. Either I get hit or block with endurance. I don't need mana anymore because I fixed it. Let's see. Spam these. Then fix this. That's it. Alright, you hit me once so I know how tough I am. Hit me. No. Motherfucker. Ah, I dodged it. Do it again. I dodged it. God damn it. Do it again. No, I can do this. Okay, that hurts. I dodged it? I'm not sure. Ah, that attack is so annoying. I definitely got my damage though. Tanking is fine. Damage definitely needs to go up now. Yeah, I'm not even... Yeah. Ah, there it is. He finally hit me. He finally hit me. Fucking hell. There it is. I was waiting for that. Thank you for doing that. Never want to die so badly before.
guy took his sweet ass time to do that fucking attack. No way I was dodging. Whoa, what the fuck is my dodge chance?
It is good to
31. No way I was dodging it 3 times in a fucking row. Bullshit. I know my fucking luck. It's shit. It's impossible.
I don't mean to sound un...
It's time. Think I'm gonna buy the last 2 auras I need to get or want to get.
It would be wrong to
Should
do
be able to
that.
cube them, by my knowledge. If I'm using 20, 50 and they also use 20, I'll be using 90% of my mana. Which leaves me open with 10%, whatever mod that is. Let's get this waypoint.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls.
Don't care. I have enough. I need to have enough mana to be able to cast my totems and stuff though.
Have fun elsewhere.
Yeah, kind of worried about that.
Talakura.
Let us upgrade our shields as well.
You are a welcome sight,
Shield.
daughter of Namak.
169, that is a lot. 28 chance to block. Oh. Oh, this I could upgrade. Any other shields? No. You have the evasion one. Get the big boy. Get the big boy. And then binding. Okay. Yeah. Increased armor, awesome. Colon chaos and regen life. Wow, good. Just need to. I need red though, if you don't mind. Thanks. Nice. Shield upgrade. Now the auras. Wonder if there's an aura that increases my block chance.
Hail, Godslayer.
Turn the skill when you block attack. Use both weapons when you're dual wielding. Another counter attack. I mean, I have my guard one, but this is another block one. Do I need 2 block ones? Probably overkill. That gives me spell block. Nope. Give me determination.
Yeah, that's the... I didn't really consider the bullet, did I? Okay, let's upgrade the... Okay, no, let's replace these. And then give me grace as well if I can. I can, but I don't have the dexterity, so I need to get dexterity as well.
I cannot do this yet.
Can I even equip these? Oh, these are 50%? I thought they were 25. Maybe I'll just have grace on. More armor, maximum life, return life, increase stun and block recovery. Probably can't add grace, because I thought it was fucking 25, these both of them. I could remove Herald Bash, of course. Does that give me enough? 39, 20, 59. Probably? Question mark? Okay. If the time comes, we might replace that. Dexterity though. We are going to dexterity area now. My dexterity points will I get if I go all the way here? 1, 2, 3, 10, 30. Okay. 30 dexterity. Door building. Chance to block with 3% chance to block attack damage while wielding, dual wielding or holding a shield. Increased chance to block attack damage while dual wielding. Why dual wielding? Am I dual wielding? I am dual wielding, right? What counts as dual wield? Having 2 weapons? Or having a shield and a weapon? Guess I'll find out. Oh yeah, new shield upgrade. It's hard. Oh, fuck yeah.
My mana is gone.
Does it have chance to head there? Okay. That kinda sucks. Dexterity. Oh, dexterity. Double accuracy, constant accuracy rating, double accuracy, light radius. I need 2 reds then. Armor evasion. Fire cold, reflect. I need dexterity to wear this and you give me dexterity. Nice. Maybe. Ah, okay. It's alright. Now we'll be giving them more HP later. That should help them. Dead end. Awesome. How fucking two dead ends? See, the maps are so great to me.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute?
Yes. Good question. Perhaps I don't. Oh shit.
You're nothing more than an animal.
Got you cornered here.
Enough of this. Tolman.
Engelbert could also be good.
Just trigger the skill when hit. I think I'll have my shield be the only chance to hit, I think. Yeah, and I should get a curse in. Feral Cry. Yeah, curse, definitely. Fire curse. Doesn't matter, give me anger.
There is nothing else.
Don't do anything I would.
Watch yourself.
Key.
I'll have fun elsewhere.
Bring me back something nicer.
Curse. Can I get curses? Do I should be able to, yeah. Level 1 at least. Maybe I need more intelligence though. I'm actually three intelligence off from getting the fire one. Fuck. God damn it. Son of a bitch. I'll add it in here though, just to know. That anger as well, like a tip. Right, or I could replace Herald of Ash. No. That's 50%. No, I can't.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Oh, I did try to get the decks. Never mind comparing them, if I can't equip them. If I have, am I getting any text from something? Yes. Okay, we probably will be short. It's just gonna suck a little bit.
I'm not going crit build if I take this up 100% accuracy. Fuck it, give me. So 1 point for that, might as well.
My money. I cannot do this yet. Tardy slaves were once bought and sold like pigs here.
Big hit? Oh, that's good. More HP, very nice. Shield. No. Ah, you have more life kitchen than I have damage. Lovely. Alright. Bye bye. Something, yeah, we need more damage. Oh boy. Maybe I need to. I need new gems for these guys. Move you. This one again. And move you here. This here. Move this here. I'll add some support gems for this one. Oh, you dropped me a shield.
Evasion, shield, chest press, flashlight, mana. Yeah. I should get maybe Hardy, so that life return should be good as well. Maybe. I mean, I don't plan on doing that much. Maybe later. Right now it's too early. Definitely more damage right now.
Cannot keep
And I went the wrong way.
I'm on it wrong.
Definitely gonna add plus totems or another red. Right now, maybe I could add a green sculpture. An idea what I wanna add. Another 6% chance to block damage, spell damage when holding a shield. Let me go to the hideout and see if I can get any range for the totems. I don't think there's anything in blue I can get. Here I can get more projectiles, right? No? Or maybe I can't see it. There's only one way to find out, I guess. So 2 additional projectiles, let's just try that out. And what's in here? What in here? Guess lightning. Hello. Ah, more fire damage. Ah, that would be very good. Yes. Yes. Question. Should work. Hopefully. So, not seeing any on the minion. How about here? Ah, look at that. A green and a blue. So they are working on this. Number of projectiles fired, 3. That's where. Ho ho ho! Artillery fire! Now if I had more minions, this would be a wet dream for me. Damn! Here we go. But hey, I should probably put them on the 6th link though. Oh, that's so nice though. Fucking heavy artillery fire incoming. What happens if I give this collective more projectile damage? Okay. More fire damage. More totem life, which okay, turns into more damage. Alright. Simple to do that. Go in. There we go. Fuck. What do I do a 6 link though on these gems, on these totems I mean? Need to try out the other boots, see how they work. I need all my armor probably socket a bit more totem life and shit. Yeah then. Still a lot of fire damage, right? Yes. Right, hold on. I want to change something in the map. Map zoom. Zoom out like that, and map transparency. It at the highest, I guess. Oh, a little dot. It's very hard to see. Eh, it is what it is. Just fucking moving shell up in the end of the fucking the fucking X, man. It's a dead fucking end. God, be kidding me. Oh my days. Good map. To check something in here, but another 5% chance to block while holding a shield, increase physical attack damage while holding a shield. Chance to block attack damage, pretty nice, but not interested. The other stuff, don't care about the extra physical damage. So, weapons you get points, cooler recovery, okay. And Tempest Shield. Oh yeah, Shock, I remember reading that, forgot about it. Shield Crush, more damage with hits to closer enemies, okay. And effective armor. That there.
I cannot do this yet.
6 armor. Wow, holy shit. Shoes with 6 fucking armor. Holy shit. Damn.
My mana is gone.
You, what is that?
Don't really care, give me this
A
one,
cockroach. I
yes.
like you, not a cockroach. I like that you listen. It would annoy me if the Undying murdered you.
I do the lab. I chose this class specifically because this class could have the minions stop the enemies. That was the idea why I chose this class as well. I didn't. It was either this or Scion, but I think Scion couldn't taunt, have the minions taunt, I think. How are you missing? Did you? You hit me? Alright, fuck you. I'll beat you to death with my shield then. Can I equip two shield? I try that. Random thought just occurred to me. Then I have two shields on. All white sockets. God damn, what the fuck? Huh, it's so random.
I will remind it.
I mean, I am playing fire exposures. Gain the extra 5 gonna be huge or no? I think the 100% increased damage with hits against... with hits... damage with hits. Does that mean for the projectiles? Does that hit? Oh no. Oh, did I not get the fairy dust? My brain said I got the fairy dust, that's why I came back. Oh. What the fuck? Brain turned off. Yeah, yeah.
That you have fun elsewhere.
You had dash? You may go.
Oh fuck. That's a lot of heavy damage. Bosses do hit different. Hit much harder. Ooh.
Places at God's side. Where were your journey, exile?
Get gloves upgrade. Helmet. Yeah, I guess. Full damage, accuracy, armor, maximum life, picture knife. What? First? What? What? Why? What? Dex? Dex? You were giving. Oh my god. Oh, hell no. Hell no. I have a refund point. Wait here. Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay. Not leveling those up anymore, yes.
I cannot do this yet.
What was it? Divine Spanner and multiple projectiles. Just activate them. Bro, stop moving around so much. Damn. Huh. Damage that did more projectiles than movies. It's okay. I'm gonna Google that. QE damage with hits. Damage that by hit summit is one of the three sources: attack, spell, or secondary. But note that the damage or time never hits, and is combined of any 5 types. Okay, I mean it is doing spell damage, to be honest. So I guess I'll put a point in here as well.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Yeah, it's not.
There is nothing else.
Piety, you are truly Kitava's slave, daughter of corruption. My money.
Hey, 1 million HP. Nice. So probably gonna hit all the dash. How much intelligence does it take? 23. Not a lot of intelligence actually. I would take more, but we might reach it. Make sure I might reach a cap soon on it as well. 34 in there, quite soon, or we're gonna hit that cap. Don't double that. Need more decks, we're gonna double that. Don't double that, so. I appeared.
You've done your ancestors proud, Cup. Now, here's your warrior's death. Do the honorable thing and die!
Ow. Okay, so maybe that much be it. Fucking hell, you do so much damage.
Damn you!
You died fast as well, lol. Right back at you.
I will take everything Leonidas loves, as he took it from me.
I'll drop the helmet, fuck it. Get a new one in next time. I think I need to be 42 to build the shoes, right? 37. Oh, okay. Sooner than I thought. Good.
Be well.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
Be careful.
Now you must leave.
Should probably reinvest this fight. 5% dash I get from your nearest totems life before you. Is that right now 10% or still 5? Because if I spawn 2, is it 10? These questions, man. Rather replace that with totems action speed cannot be modified below face value. Rather have that. But I think it's time to also look towards endurances. Endurance right now would be huge, and can get fortification I think right now.
I cannot do this.
Godslayer, good day.
Yeah, does it work with shield crush? Yep, awesome. That's all I need. Makes me tankier. Right, how much? 1%, 20%, 20% less damage from hits. Alright, the black stacks. Sweet. I'll laugh my ass off if I could kill any either of those with this dumbass build. All actually only hits me hard because I have bad resistance to lightning right now. Be the reason why. Chance to block, but it's too much tax required.
I cannot do this here.
Should get this first. More totem life definitely will be good. Okay, more damage, 60% increase. And I get extra armor per summon totem. And then I guess the totem damage. It should work, I think. Attack speed actually probably doesn't work unless it increases the projectile speed, of course. It should work.
I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man. Karu. Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile? Nightmare prevails!
Ow.
The touch of God!
Ow. Minions aren't working that great on you. If you do so. Oh, you don't attack that much. Guess we can fight around them. By them I mean my minions.
This world
No,
is an
wait,
illusion,
yeah.
exile.
I wish my minions like... I guess it's a pierce projectile, right? Can't do anything against them. Those pierce everything.
level am I? Yeah, 33. Compare the boots. I level up to 35.
I'm
Nope.
watching you.
Right, I need upgrades. Deal with a new belt. You have any health ones? Nope.
See, it would be wrong.
Alright.
What do you want?
You have shield. Intelligence. No. Armor. Alright. That's something. Make that work. Yeah, I can't cube it in the main hand. Sucks. My plan foiled. Oh, a new helmet. Oh. New shoes. Yeah, I guess we could get new shoes. Let's buy these. New gloves. No, no new gloves. Okay.
May fear guide you.
Alright. So with that. I need shoes on blue.
Cahome's life will go on.
Don't die.
Act with care.
I cannot do this yet.
Two red, one green, one blue. Okay, thanks. Do I have any totem ones? Totem. Placement speed. Don't really care about placement speed. What about? What else could be good? Spell damage, I guess? Or projectile speed. Plus one level the projectile terms, projectile pierce, projectile speed, projectile damage. Projectile speed and projectile damage could work. This goes on what? Amulets. Okay. I can't. Doesn't know a slot. Okay, that's fine. What about spell damage then? Axe for weapon. Craft that one.
Eternals had no respect.
How the hell did he miss all those attacks? Man. Now you miss a minion that doesn't move.
Speak.
Why? Why they would do this? Fuck.
Look at that.
Don't die.
Go. Wait. Yes?
Um. I can't really summon any of them. I would blot out the flame golem, which gives me extra damage. Take it, I guess, with me.
Are with you.
Hunt well. Cannot do this yet. I hear and I am coming for you.
More levels. I can tie those shoes up. You're gonna need intelligence again. Okay. That's gonna need intelligence. Got a sneaky peeky intelligence in here, but it's gonna be a problem in the future. Yeah, heading up here I want. And there's the fire damage over. Fire damage over time multiplier. That's only 10 points though. There's a shield. Just need more energy shield. Oh, and block chance. Actually, hold on. 4, 8, 16. 16 plus my current buff as well. 34. 34 I can get that up to. Okay. It's another 20 points of intelligence. Go up. Okay. Hear this. We're gonna remove them later. No, can be. Worry about them later.
Ta-ta, not a cockroach.
May fear guide you.
ancestors would weep to see what cowards are made of.
Do I level you up? No, it's not. Oh no. Ah, I did this bad. wonder if I can buy the upgrade of more totems. Or is it too early for that? Yeah, it is 38 though. Okay, we're close. We're close. It's right after the shoes then. Spread out substance to ignite. Team throws more damage. Should ignite for each ignite effective with recent ignite. Oh, well, maybe. This one I need to test it out if it works on the flame bud. Not, then pointless. And if I get the boss or not, it's also important. That's an upgrade, cool. One red socket, perfect actually. Level 38, it's not perfect anymore. Huh. Get the shoes, so we should. I mean, the shoes. Or I do put them on though, I'm gonna kill this area boss. Dead. He made it was. Give me extra totem life. Totems with a small bar.
was more than you deserved.
Ocean upgrade. Let's put on the shoes. Put on the shoes. Upgrade them. I increased totem life, which is pretty good. Roll on that. Da. Correct. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. First test is, does it need to be the same category? That will be your first test. Okay.
I am the vessel, the sword king.
Need one enemy. Wanna go too far in.
Killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man. In this so glorious arena,
Oh,
I care nothing for your past. Only your
doesn't need to be on it.
for that. You will have to
Oh,
fight.
thank you. That's the 3 melee attackers are fucked now. So I fire projectiles and ay. Totems are getting strong.
My money is gone.
It's only melee attackers, so it's a little suck, but as I know, some bosses at the end game do melee attacks, so if I place them close enough. Pretty much doubled my damage with melee attackers, right? Or double-ish, I could say. Not really double. Oh, this map. I hate this. Why is today's maps, man? None of them are what I want. 430 HP. $517.
My mana is gone.
Okay.
I cannot do that.
Let's check it. If I get a spot check, it will show me like the boots effect as well. Because I can't see it in the character menu. Unless I'm blind a bit faster, but I don't see it. Fucking dead end. 38, I can get more totems now. Should double my damage. Right, first test. See if top fires in here. It does not, so I can't buff it. Multiple totems. I think I'll replace combustion. Having spawning to all these totems would be really nice right now. So we need 1 red, 1 green, 3 red, 1 green. Perfect. What's the cost? 50. I have 49 mana. Suck a dick. Oh, time to remove Herald, I guess. How much damage that is? Oh, that's a lot of damage actually. Price must be paid. I could increase my mana pool, like I said before, but I don't want to put points into this one though. Don't like the fucking arcane surge. It's a fucking mana merchant, but I don't need it.
It would give me mana and then I could get a reservation as well. True. Yeah. But okay, what? But what? There's nothing nearby. Fuck. Any mana down there? No. Fuck. Piss, fuck, piss. Attack skills. Does flame mode count as attack skill? What, does everything count as attack skill? Attack speed is alright. Defenses is also alright. I want too much defenses on the shield. Yeah, I want to do. Custom damage. Take only molten shell. Oh yeah, cause the others aren't the spell. Oh yeah, true. I forgot you are the spell. But that gave me an idea. I should put Fortify in here instead. Should work, right? No, it doesn't. Really? Sportsman attack skills that are not triggered on bad days. Fuck you. God damn it, they saw through my plans. Some bitch. More projectiles, can I have more projectiles, please? Right now I have +2. We should get in maybe projectile speed as well. Or something. So they hit the target faster. More projectile speed, less projectile damage. No, less projectile speed, I misread. Well, faster projectiles, that's something I want, 50%. Orc's part, no. Ballista's part. 63 decks required for this. Damn. That's a lot of decks. That sucks. I should try out Great Volley as well. I know that greater multiple projectiles will work. Sharing projectiles... Pretty sure it doesn't work. But how the hell will it even work? They just land on the enemy, come deep, come up again and land on my guys or something. So I'll buy this and then this as well. We need 63 decks to test this though. How much decks do I have? 58. Ah, I'm really close. So literally if I go progress towards the shield thing that I want, I shall actually get it. Cool. But it's late game, it seems like. Ish. Late game-ish. Okay. Oh, 2 totems. Oh, so nice. Doubled my damage. God said, let there be mercy in their soul. Rain, hellfire. I am dead. More damage and armor. Oh yeah, I got armor now. Sweet. Fuck yeah, that's a lot. And I can spawn more of them later on.
if I do lab. Should be plus 1/6 tokens in total. If I went fire open, it's 7 plus if I don't do damage, 8 total I guess, but I know I do a little bit of damage. I guess, do I? Right, do the damage. Trigger fortify. Here comes the questions, do I need fortify? Sorry, no, I probably need fortify, but do I need the... Is it reckoning? Do I need reckoning anymore? That's the question. Easy. Ah, I spot this. How the hell does it change? Can I change this? I mean, can I chain it? It is a projectile, but how would it work? That's the question. Because it is a projectile that I'm shooting. What spell that called? Spell skills should be additional time. Try that as well, I guess.
Will I live?
Once if I get a blue, where can I could put it here, I guess. I could check it in town. Yeah, let me check it in town. Be wise to check it right now. No, stay there, put there. It should still be here. Yeah. Spell and go. Does not work. Okay, thank you. So I want to know about, hold on, I put you here. About reroll it. Does not. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, I can't decube it, sorry. Very nice. Okay. I'll find out those later, I guess. Save more decks. Could actually find out if I put decks into ring. Oh, the ring already has decks. Oh shit, I didn't notice that. Oh fuck, that's gonna be hard to remove later. Yeah. Am I missing something? Oh yeah, Herald of Ashes thing.
through his guts.
get us Dex and Intelligence amulet, that's for sure. And need to make sure we're not too short on int as well. More life, placement speed, increasing their damage, not sure if it does anything. Oh yeah, increased damage taken surveillance might be good. Hard to say if the total damage actually does anything. Playing mode level up, awesome.
You've done well, Brute, but let's not get above ourselves.
Oh, attack me. Bro. Attack them. What are you doing? Fine, I'll stay here. How about that? How are you only targeting me? Look at them. Now you're talking. Also annoying. She only targeted me. You fucking ass. Fucking asshole only targeted me.
Piety, betray me, and I will have your head.
Attack my minions. Or... Here, let me help. Oh, they're fucking the damage for me. So the only reason why I need to attack an air is to get 45. It's another reason I need to attack the air. Definitely the Ignite chance, that was pretty good actually. What? Oh, detonate that. Okay, that was a surprise. Damn. I haven't detonated that yet. Well, that was some heavy damage. Not immune to that, sadly. Ow. Wait. Did I? Wait a minute. Does this damage me? No, it shouldn't.
I don't do this yet.
Exquisite.
Your sickness is ended.
When I
In this moment, you and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Creation? Rather the realm of the gods, isn't it? Bow your head to your one true god.
now exile!
Embrace the future.
You should do that yourself.
Now exile!
Whoa! I feel like I am taking the reflect damage, but I'm not sure yet. It should be like that.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
Ow.
I gave my life.
Oh yeah, my focus can't attack that. Oh, I guess I'll do it. Joking me.
watching you.
I'm tortured yet unbroken.
I don't want to get the level up so I can test out the extinct. Or sorry, the volley thing. I might just spend 1 point into that when I get the level up. This time. Okay. Do you get... Yes. Okay. More projectiles, does it add volley support? Does not. Okay. So I could have... have 6 projectiles. It fires 6 projectiles. Each minion fires 6 projectiles. And I could have... Right now I have 4 total. That's a lot of numbers. Okay. And after getting quality in, get another 2 in. Definitely are gonna need a 6 link. I guess the light combustion as the last thing. Flammability, can I add? No. Okay. Anger. Anger's quite pricey. Fame golem, that fame golem now. Yeah, that gives a lot of damage actually.
I cannot do this yet.
Minions are up. Yeah. I mean, the weakest I need around 70 intelligence, quite close actually to that. I'm gonna take on those dexterity needs later. So, I think I'll stop here. So 41. Oh my god, I'm not under leveled actually. Oh shit. Cool. Huh. But yeah, gonna stop here for today, and I'll try to see if we come up with any ideas for tomorrow. But yeah, bye bye.